Father always used to say, live a comfortable life without doing anything, simply accepting the life you're given. The well-being of our family will be taken care of by your siblings, so don't give it a second thought. That's how you can best contribute to our family. Those were the words he spoke when he had no expectations of me. However, human words often change with the times, and after I gained strength, his words to me changed as well. Live for the family. Your brother Askell is everything to our family. Lead a life for Askell. A life not for myself, but for the Lord of our family. A life for Askelvert, the eldest son and my older brother. Without wishing for anything, merely following like a shadow and supporting him and succeeding in everything he did. That was the expectation. Someone once said, there is nothing more foolish than living one's life for another. Yet, I did so. Thus, I helped him accomplish everything he started. Empire succession disputes, the subjugation of the Demon King's army, the war to unify the continent, and so on. Sometimes as a hero, sometimes as a savior, and ultimately as the unique guardian of the continent. To me, my brother was everything, my all. Foolish, you say? Others said so too. Do you need to live your life for someone else to that extent? I answered, my life for my brother is a life for me. Askell's success is Sion's success. Riches and power are mere luxuries to me. Even if I am scorned and called a shadow, if it can bring even a little peace to this harsh world, that to me is the highest aspiration. But someone once said, desires are not something easily achieved, even small ones. I did not believe in those words. I thought my desire was being fulfilled even now, by my brother's side, and I tried to deny it. That's right. That's how it used to be. But why? Why have I found myself facing this wretched situation now? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cough. Dark red blood spurted from my mouth. It seemed my heart had taken a blow. My vision was getting blurrier. I could still see more than 20 enemies wielding swords at me. The capital, Suj, had skillful assassins that well exceeded ordinary ones. Given that Empire's renowned swordsmen, knights, and mages from across the continent were all revealing their murderous intent towards me, it was a truly magnificent sight. What a spectacle, one you couldn't even buy. A knight who stands alone against the greatest masters of the continent. Even Lord Askell would have found it impossible. Although I couldn't see clearly through the blood, I could tell by his voice who it was. Boris Lehelm, the head of the Ushif Empire Magic Academy. One of the key forces of the Empire, along with the Knights of Light. Although I disapproved of his actions, because he had reigned as my brother's right hand, I had excluded him from the list of threats. But to think he would backstab me like this, it is quite interesting. Indeed, you are the brother whom Askell trusted. His face was already irritating to me, and watching him laugh in this situation was very upsetting. Should I just use my secret technique to escape, regardless of my surroundings? If you're thinking of using a secret technique to escape, think again. There is a 9th degree magic barrier in place here. Even if you use it, it will only reduce what little life force you have left. It seems like he's really prepared. Is this the Emperor's command? The Emperor knows nothing. To him, Sir Sion's death will be attributed to an unknown assault by assassins. Assassins? Ridiculous. Who are they to mention assassination before me? Now the barrier doesn't matter. I'll draw out all the power I have to escape this situation. Black mist emanated from the dagger in my hand. Whoosh! The rising mist enveloped me, seeping through my body, enhancing my overall physical abilities and gradually healing my wounds. As I heard, you're an assassin affiliated with Mist. Now that it's come to this, I must report to His Imperial Majesty that we have disposed of a heretic disrupting the order. Go ahead and report if you survive. But I'll bet not even a single tooth of yours will remain, let alone your mouth. Suppressed murderous intent was bursting out. When had I ever released such fury? I would eliminate all the traitors around me and then go to my brother. I need to report the current situation and discuss future actions. That's enough, Sion. A familiar voice tied up my heightened nerves. I knew the owner of this voice. But why should it be here now? Even through my blood-stained vision, that man was clearly visible. Askell, brother? My superior, the commander of the Knights of Light, the guardian of the continent, and bearer of the Holy Sword.
Achel Vert.
Why was he here? Holding the divine sword flooded with a holy aura, he walked steadily towards me. The knights surrounding me parted ways for him, and I was unable to take any action as he approached. The fury that had swelled up inside me was quickly turning into despair. You seem to have no idea why I'm here. How could I know? What does this mean? My angry stare fell squarely on him. Don't be angry, Sion. You've done your duty very well, for the family, for the people, for the country, and for me. You've worked tirelessly for years, and now I just want to unburden you of that weight. What is this nonsense? Unburden me by killing me? Why? What did I do wrong? I've been running for 20 years without a break. I have always been by your side like a shadow, accomplishing everything. And now you want me dead? When Boris appeared, I did not feel this way. The moment I truly realized I had been betrayed, indescribable rage boiled up within me. Have I done something wrong? Wrong? Do you not know your own mistakes? A person can kill over a hidden piece of bread due to mistrust. But haven't you entangled yourself in a place you shouldn't have and managed to conceal it from everyone? Surely, you are not ignorant of your crimes? My teeth were gritting. Enveloped in rage and injustice, blood trickled from my bitten lip. Concealed? Have I ever harmed you? After thoroughly using me and profiting, now you're saying this? Ah, I understand. It doesn't matter what I did. That's not the point. They were afraid. Afraid of the existence of an assassin beyond the knowledge of the world. Afraid that the piece of this world, completed by me, and the secrets related to it would become exposed. There's nothing more dangerous than ignorant trust. That foolish god's words came to mind. At the time, I dismissed it as nonsense, but I never imagined that it would come back today and pierce me like a dagger. Heh. I began to laugh inexplicably. After devoting myself to a man I believed was everything, my brother, how pitiful was this? Even the dead in hell would scoff at this. Why do you laugh? The mightiest hero in the world, now trying to kill his own brother out of fear. How can this not be amusing? Compassion flickered in his eyes. How pitiful. You are merely a repulsive murderer, not human. In all the time we were together, I never fully trusted you, not even once. The golden strike of the holy sword penetrated my heart. Ag! The mist that had seeped into my body began to dissipate. My weakened legs collapsed, breaking the balance of my body. Rest in peace, Sion. Let's hope we never meet again in the next life. Never meet again? Without me, you would not have lived to be a hero, dying in a civil war within the Empire, and now you say this. The regret that gripped me momentarily turned into anger. I steadied my trembling hands, picked up the fallen sword, and prepared to fight back. I didn't care if my body exploded. I would gather every bit of mana from my body and cast the secret technique. Just once. Just one shot at a vital spot that ensured no possibility of recovery. Schlick. With a cruel sound, I saw Askel's holy sword through the haze. Beneath it was my dagger, wrapped in a black aura, falling pitifully, along with my two hands still gripping its handle. Truly a dangerous man to the very end. Not even a scream. I couldn't even feel the pain. At the end of my path with nowhere else to go, all the futility and void of the world came rushing in. As my face was buried into the rough dirt, tears of blood fell. A desolate feeling of being left alone in the world. With each fading breath, I felt the shadow of death approaching. What a foolish life it has been. If I were given another chance at life, I would live a different life. A life focused solely on me, where I could achieve everything by myself. A life without serving anyone. My breath stopped, my senses dulled. The cold shadow of death was enveloping my body. I accepted this embrace without any resistance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sir. Huh. What's that? Sensation returned amid the pitch-black darkness. Young master. Though I couldn't see, I felt someone shaking my body. What is this odd and uncomfortable feeling? As if a maid was scolding me like they did when I overslept as a child. Sion, young master. I jolted awake as a loud voice hit my eardrums. As I came to my senses, I was faced with a woman whose face was not unfamiliar. Emily, the maid, 8 years my senior, who had taken care of me while living in the territory. It had been nearly 20 years since we last met, yet she looked exactly the same, not aged a day. Why are you here? I asked her thoughtlessly. What are you talking about, young master? Were you dreaming? Dreaming? A dream? What absurdity are you? Instinctively, I touched my face and was dumbstruck for a whole 3 seconds. Skin smooth without a scar, hands delicate like fiddleheads. No muscles, just skin and bones, legs too short to even reach the end of the bed. This was certainly not an adult's body. At best, a 10-year-old boy's, not yet even enrolled in the academy. This isn't quite what I'd expect hell to be like. I pinched my cheek absent-mindedly while looking at my reflection in the mirror beside my bed. This was indeed a younger version of myself during the worst time of my life. That face was unmistakable. Pull yourself together and get ready. You have a duel with your 4th brother today. A duel? The same household swordsmanship you always do. And you'd better prepare yourself well today because it's not just anyone you're facing. It's the infamous 4th brother Krantz. Not just my body had regressed. The swordsmanship dueling taking place in the territory, a daily occurrence. Everything I had experienced was happening all over again. Is this really just a dream? Were all those things I went through all just an illusion? It felt as if even my brain had shrunk to the size of a pea, so overwhelmed was I. Sighing, I caught Emily's eye as I held my forehead. What? Above where she was tidying up, a decorative item was swaying precariously, about to fall directly onto her. Look out! Acting on instinct, I bolted from my seat and rushed toward her. Thud. Look at this mess. Can you believe this is the room of a noble? Eek. What? As she turned her head after bending down to clean, I was nearly upon her, our eyes meeting. Startled by our sudden closeness, it made me feel slightly uncomfortable. "What is it, young master?" Well, that is." Above in my outstretched arms, the decorative item was propped up. Just moments away from falling, it would have taken a split second to hit the ground. It was impossible for a 10-year-old boy to react and catch it. That's when I realized this situation was no mere dream. I had returned, with all the memories and sensations of my past life. Emily's confused face made the moment all the more intriguing. 2. Creation year 985, March 1st. Currently, I am 10 years old. I have returned exactly 27 years to the past, from the moment I was betrayed and faced the blade meant for me. I've assumed that I've returned to the past, but everything still feels incredibly confusing. To think that I traveled back in time. I've never heard of such magic in my life, nor did I think it was possible. In typical novels, they call this regression, but to be frank, there's a chance I'm just a lunatic, lost in delusion, right? Still, to better understand my current situation, there are a few things that need to be confirmed. Absent-mindedly chewing on meat, I reached for the vase on the table. It's heavy. Even with both hands, it's a struggle to keep it steady, a sure sign of the frail 10-year-old body I once inhabited. Next, I plucked a single flower from the vase. Aiming the knife, previously used for slicing meat, at the petals, I struck it in midair. Tock, tock, tock. 6 petals fall without any deviation, an indication that my abilities of focus and reflex seem to have remained intact, much like when I caught the sculpture before. These skills certainly didn't belong to my 10-year-old self. "Emily? What is it, young master?" Emily, who had been brewing tea for dessert, replied with an indifferent expression. "What do you think about me in this house?" "What kind of question is that? You're the incompetent one who can't do anything." Her blunt response came without a second's hesitation. But that was the confirmation I needed. Almost 99% sure now. I've returned to the past with all the memories and senses from my previous life. You might wonder how the words "an incompetent who can't do anything" could provide such certainty, but it's an entirely fitting description of my situation. I was the powerless, inept son of the Duke, ridiculed even by my personal maid, and never once capable of angering her. Sion Vert in his 10th year, that was exactly who I used to be. A time when nobody turned their eyes to me, when expectations were non-existent, the most miserable era of my life. How is this even possible? Even transcendent mages couldn't defy the natural course of time with regression, so this was certainly inexplicable. Is it some kind of prank by the god of time? You finished your meal faster than expected, young master, Emily commented, noticing my empty plate. What's wrong with finishing my food? Well, it's just that today you were supposed to attend the fencing duel, right? Yesterday you were lamenting how you wished the day wouldn't come. Memories from 30 years ago flashed through my mind. The first day of every month, a fencing duel is conducted in the domain. Today was March 1st, exactly 1 year before my enrollment at the Royal Academy, a crucial event observed by Duke Vert himself. Fencing and the Duke. At the time, those were the two things I dreaded the most. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Under the blue sky, a white dueling ground unfolded. The ground was already packed with soldiers from the domain. In terms of size, it was equivalent to a company of troops or more. It was not just soldiers in attendance. Servants from the house and related personnel of the Duke were also present. There was only one reason they were all there: to witness the fencing duel between the Duke's heirs. Well, what can I say? It's a strange feeling. The nostalgic sensation you get when you return home, perhaps? Although back then, I would have rather died than come here. Now it just looks like indifferent stone paving. Aren't you nervous? You seem rather calm. Surprised by my usual impassivity, Emily asked with a hint of curiosity. Well, there doesn't seem to be any reason to be nervous. From the way she cocked her head, it was clear she found my behavior unfamiliar. That's not unreasonable. As she'd said before in the past, I was the incompetent fool of this household. Even if I stood in the dueling ground, instead of swinging a sword, I'd just tremble ridiculously until I was beaten. Because of this, nobody ever had any expectations or interest in me. Only the strong and capable are valued, a meritocracy at its core. And that was the ethos of Duke Vert's household, charged with the duty to defend the continent. The Duke has arrived. Following the robust call of a knight, those bustling about began to settle into their places. Moments later, Duke Vert unveiled himself at the entrance of the dueling ground, and the senior knights executed their salutes with swords. With a serene smile, the Duke swept past them gracefully. Following him were the Duchess and the Duke's fourth son, Krantz Vert. Swish. The Duke, with a refined motion, discarded his cloak and took his seat with no hint of his age nearing 50, his sturdy physique and comeliness still evident. Let's begin without delay. There was no need for wasteful ceremonies before the meal. Upon the Duke's command, a blond-haired boy who was following him stepped towards the center of the dueling ground. The fourth son of the Duke, Krantz Vert, a boy of the same age as myself, although a half-brother from a different mother. As Krantz made his move, I too rose from my seat. Your sword, young master. Emily handed me a sword as I stood to proceed to the duel. It was a slender rapier, embedded with a blue gem. All the heirs of the Vert family receive swords from the Duke upon reaching the age of 7. Presented with the meaning to cultivate the power to protect themselves and the world, it was a rite of passage. However, I had never utilized this sword appropriately thus far. Why not just surrender and come down? Rather than encouragement, she greeted me with a sarcastic remark. What an invaluable maid indeed. Surrender? All I have to do is win and come back. Just come back uninjured, please. She gave me a concerned look, to which I responded with a quiet smile. With preparations complete, I stepped into the center of the dueling ground to face Krantz. When we reached a distance of 3 steps from each other, the dueling officer instructed us to bow to one another. While I bowed without issue, an irritating voice caught my attention. You actually showed up instead of running away? I looked up to meet Krantz's face directly. His sneer bore contempt, dripping with malice that implied I was nothing more than a stepping stone to elevate him. As I beheld that smile, my mind flooded with thoughts. The legitimate son of the Duke versus the bastard whose mother's identity was unknown. The comparison essentially ended there. From birth, Krantz had enjoyed tremendous support from his maternal side, indulging in food of a quality that was worlds apart from mine. I never envied him for that. I simply accepted it as the natural order. Only later did I realize how foolish that was. Although it's nothing more than 2 10-year-old boys clashing swords, the fencing duel holds tremendous significance within the Vert household. boys of 10, soon leaving the family to head for the Royal Academy. At that pivotal moment, this fencing duel is a trial set by the family head, meaning failure to impress today equates to slipping completely from the Duke's regard. No heir of the Verts would be unaware of what that entails. In a past life, I was defeated in this vital duel. And to be more precise, I was horribly beaten. It's hard to even describe it as a duel, considering how miserably I was bested. But that didn't change anything. No one ever expected me to win in the first place. Sion Vert, the useless child of the family, wasn't expected to subdue Krantz, an adept who'd completed professional training. Truthfully, not even I entertained that thought. Wasn't it obvious? For an incompetent who never puts in the effort to defeat a talented person was impossible from the start. Since my defeat was the routinely expected outcome, no one was surprised. However, after the duel, Father summoned me and said these words, "Don't do anything." What did that imply? He meant since I had fallen out of his favor, I should cease all effort. How could a parent make such a heartless statement about their child? Yet, this is Vert, the Duke's residence. Here, the concept of noble dignity and parental warmth is nothing but superficial etiquette. Only strong children who can carry on the Vert mission survive. Casually, I lifted my head and surveyed the entire dueling ground. Easily more than 100 spectators were looking at Krantz and me. None of them were expecting my victory. Suddenly, as I was shifting my gaze, I locked eyes with the Duke for a brief moment. I quickly looked away, but even in that short instant, I caught it clearly. Expectation. In contrast to everyone's assumptions of my defeat, the Duke harbored some anticipation that I would show something remarkable. In a previous life, I utterly shattered that expectation. But what about today? An undefinable smile spread across my lips. Boom, boom, boom. With the pounding of drums signaling the start of the duel, Krantz unsheathed his sword and pointed it at me. I too drew my sword calmly. The blade reflected the sunlight and emitted a bewitching blue light. Unlike the heaviness I felt in the past, my sword now felt almost weightless. Thud. Without giving me time to gauge, Krantz immediately charged. In his view, I wasn't even worth considering. Was that it? I watched him silently as he closed the gap with rapid strides. His confidence at my seemingly defenseless stance must have amused him. Yet despite his smile, he was prepared to deflect my sword. I could clearly trace the trajectory of his sword. Using the momentum of his charge, he went to strike with full force. At that moment I thought, is he moving, or is this just a snail? There was no need to block. I merely stepped aside and avoided his blow. Our eyes met as a surprised Krantz stumbled, losing his balance from a missed strike, and I didn't waste the opportunity. I raised my sword and slashed down at his. Clang! Krantz's sword went tumbling to the ground. Stunned, he watched as his sword fell, making no attempt to retrieve it as he clutched at his ankle, wincing in pain. For all intents and purposes, the duel was already over. Had I pointed my sword at Krantz's throat, victory would have been mine. But somehow, that didn't feel satisfying. A feeling of emptiness lingered at the back of my mind. Insufficiency. Ending it like this felt sorely lacking. There was a desire to further crush him, to stand assertively above him, and that desire surged from within. The will quickly transformed into action. Thump. My foot shot forward and struck Krantz's head. Compensating the lack of strength with precision, My blow landed perfectly on his temple. The impact was more than Krantz could bear, and down he fell, lifeless.
Thunk.
The fallen heir of the Verts, now a pitiful sight, dribbling all manner of saliva. Standing over him was I, Sion Vert, the one scorned as the useless member of the family. Without concern, I aimed my sword at his throat. Silence ensued. Caught off guard by the unexpected, were they all momentarily paralyzed? Not long after, amidst the rugged drumbeats, the duel officer announced with a booming voice, "The duel is concluded. The victor is Sion Vert."
3.
During the duel between Krantz, the family's rising star, and Sion, the incompetent one, spectators forecasted an undeniable victory for Krantz. Sion stood defenseless, leading some to wonder if he had given up on the duel entirely. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Sion dodged Krantz's swift strike and forced him to kneel, knocking him unconscious with a blow to the face and ending the duel with his sword pointed at him. The servants, who had no experience in martial arts, were confused about what had just happened. However, the warriors, including the senior knights, saw something different. Sion's footwork had been precise, dodging Krantz's incoming sword at the right moment as if anticipating his every move. When Krantz lost his balance, Sion seized the opportunity and subdued him. It could not have been mere chance. It required a delicate sense of perception and intense concentration. The same was true for Duke Verth. Sion Verth, his youngest of 5 sons, inherited none of the expected talents or enthusiasm for swordsmanship and martial arts. He was an overlooked child from birth. Nevertheless, as a parent, Duke Verth held a soft spot for him. He observed today's duel with a glimmer of hope for Sion to show a hint of potential. Unexpectedly, Sion had dominated his older brother in a single bout. The Duke smiled. Even the youngest had talent. He may have even been hiding it. If Sion completed his education at the academy, he would surely grow to be a reputable member of the family. It felt like finding a gem in the dark corner of a room. The Duke's joy turned to question at Sion's next actions. The needless brutality of the beatdown seemed excessive, even if it was for the sake of domination, as the duel was already decided. Was it necessary to display such ruthlessness, especially to a brother from a 10-year-old child? The Duke's face reflected deep thought. Yulkin. At the Duke's call, one of the knights responded immediately. "Did you summon me, my lord?" "Delay the return. Inform the knights on the front line." Upon hearing about the delayed return, the knight seemed surprised but did not question the order and left with a bow. The Duke continued to watch Sion attentively, though Sion merely returned his sword to the maid with an indifferent expression. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the afternoon, with the sun high above, there was a strange feeling at the lunch table, surrounded by more food than one could expect for a single serving. "What's all this, Emily?" "I don't know, sir. I didn't hear anything about extra help." The typically overlooked servants in the mansion now crowded before me. Some were Krantz's attendants. The maids who prepared the food looked at me with eager eyes, waiting for me to taste their creations. My table was now accompanied by an overwhelming force of servants. A single duel victory wouldn't suddenly elevate my status. Originally, I only had Emily as my assigned maid. Thus, their assembly seemed to be voluntary. Humans tend to return favors. When one succeeds, they're supported by many people, including those who have taken care of them, like nurses and maids. It's common for nobility to remember and treat well those who have raised them, a habit that's become customary. Yet this was an absurd display. Those who never greeted me now flocked for scraps. It's a cynical reality of the world, surviving through necessary, yet human acts. Can you all leave? I wanted to dine comfortably. Don't take it personally. The food's great, but I'd like some quiet for my meal. If I need anything, I'll call. Please leave. With exchanged glances, the servants slowly withdrew. Emily, who was about to follow them, was stopped by me. Where do you think you're going, Emily? What about dessert? At the mention of dessert, she eagerly returned, grinning. It's known Emily can hardly cook, ranking as one of the worst among the maids. There's nothing she's particularly good at, but it's not strange for an incompetent servant to match an incompetent master. I didn't keep her for the sake of enjoying her tea. I simply showed some decency as her master. Still, it might be curious why I would keep such a maid that doesn't hesitate to speak frankly to a duke's son. However, I can confidently say that no one in this mansion cares for me as much as she did. When I was 9, gripped by a fever and delirious, Emily was the one who carried my burning body to the healing center and watched over me for 2 nights without sleep. Her personality is unique, but without her, I might have met an early, unnoticed end in the mansion. In that sense, she's the only person I cannot afford to lose. After the meal, Emily promptly brought out the tea. But, young master, how did you beat Master Krantz? She asked. How? Didn't you see it?
No.
You've never shown a shred of interest in swords. Unless you've been training in secret. I trained when you weren't around. It wasn't a lie. My sword practice started at the academy, far from her eyes. She was dumbstruck by my words.
Clomp, clomp.
During our tea, heavy footsteps approached. It was Darius Yulkin, a senior knight in shining white armor. Knight Darius Yulkin greets you, young Master Sion. He was a high-ranking knight from the Order of Light. Startled by his sudden appearance, Emily stepped back with her head bowed. I apologize for intruding during your meal. What brings you here? Your father, the Duke, has requested your presence. Would you accompany me to his study? A summons from my father. I had heard about the delayed return, but didn't expect to be called for so soon. Understood. Shall we go now? With the meal concluded, I followed Yulkin to the Duke's office. Being escorted by a senior knight was not trivial. Messages could be delivered by even the lowest soldiers. That a knight of such status was here escorting me was a testament to my rising importance. As we walked, servants bowed their heads in respect. I was under the unapproachable protection of a robust guardian. Master, look. Emily, who followed discreetly, pointed down the corridor. Approaching was a group of dignified figures. Margaret Ertzis, the legitimate wife of the Duke and mother to Krantz, whom I had knocked down earlier. By her direction, she appeared to have come from the infirmary, likely checking on Krantz. Upon noticing me, her expression soured. Naturally. How is Krantz? I addressed her casually. She was visibly displeased. Have you no shame showing your face after so brutally beating your own brother? Brutally beaten. The same could be said of Krantz's past cruelty towards me. Did she not know about it? I can understand her grudge. Her child had been harmed by me, so naturally, there would be resentment. I hadn't counted out such a reaction. She's never been fond of me. As long as she doesn't cross a line, I'll let it slide. Then perhaps it's true that blood reveals its class. Born from such a vile mother, what chance does the child have to turn out decent? She crossed the line. She shuddered in response. That despicable, low-born brat, to dare. I closed the conversation, our paths now diverging. If she stepped any further out of line, it would not be overlooked. She stepped back, releasing the other servants to make way. Give my regards to Krantz. I called over my shoulder with a cheery smile. She was left speechless, glaring furiously as I serenely continued down the hall, as if saying, "When did it ever happen?" I passed her with a bright smile. The Duchess, without uttering a word, just glared at me with a resentful gaze. I walked away nonchalantly down the corridor.
For
Duke Willius Furt, the Grand Duke who governs the western territories of the Empire, Bellius. Beyond his status as a mere duke, the world calls him the guardian of the continent. A hero who repelled the demon race's invasions for a long time with his exceptional magical prowess and strategy. People unanimously say that without him, the continent would have already been occupied by demons. But do you know? The most arduous life in the world is that of a hero. By definition, a hero carries the burdensome fate of protecting all people in the world. To protect the entire world with a human body that can barely protect itself? In the end, it is a life without any gain for oneself. And that man, who had chosen such a life, was my father. Sigh. As I arrived at the office under Yulkin's escort, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. It had been almost 15 years since I last saw him, after he died fighting during the demon army's invasion. Knock, knock. As I composed myself and knocked on the door, a resounding baritone voice answered from inside.
Come in.
Yulkin seemed to be waiting outside. Without hesitation, I opened the door.
Creak.
The Duke observed me enter with a scrutinizing gaze. Ignoring this, I bowed and paid my respects. Sion, the youngest of the Vert family, greets father. No need for such a formal greeting. Take a seat. The Duke gestured for me to sit in a prepared chair. It might seem disrespectful, but I really want to describe my father this way. A foolish man. A man who took on the unasked duty of a hero, foolishly hoping his children would carry on that mandate. A man who possessed enormous power not even the emperor could touch, yet lacked the smallest desire for power. His only wish was for the peace of the continent, which really, if you think about it, is nothing more than volunteering for the good of others. Even the desire for strong and capable offspring was merely to cultivate a successor who could continue this peace. In my past life, I was far removed from such a successor. Have you learned swordsmanship? His first question was unsurprisingly about sparring. Rather than learning, I just practiced alone at night. Who taught you? No one. So you did it all by yourself? Yes. Of course, that was a lie. My talent for swordsmanship in my previous life was clearly due to external assistance. The you I knew had neither talent nor interest in swordsmanship, yet possessing such skill, why hide it? If I had the interest and talent, I could have shown it off as much as I wanted, even receiving all sorts of support from the Duke. What the Duke really wants to know is why I lived like an incompetent son all this time. But there's no need to tell him what I'm actually hiding. With a sly look on my face, I replied, I just didn't want to stand out. Considering my position in the family and various other reasons, I thought it best not to be too conspicuous. Are you conscious of other people's views? Yes. The Duke looked at me with pity as I nervously hesitated. It seemed my act of innocence had somewhat worked. Well, if that's the case, it's my fault. It won't happen again. If you wish to refine your sword skills, practice freely. I'll even provide a training hall if you want. No one will object. Thank you, Father. An unexpected kindness was offered. Although I didn't really need it, there was no reason to refuse. Before we start today's sparring, I had expectations of you. Expectations? You looked me in the eye before we started, right? I swallowed hard. I didn't expect the fleeting glance was so clearly noticed. Do you know what I saw in your eyes? What did you see? Confidence. The Duke smiled as he continued. I saw the confidence that you would surely win against Krantz, and you have proven that confidence admirably. To catch that in just a fleeting moment, should I be calling him father? But it doesn't matter. If I can re-establish my reputation with him, all the better. However, the atmosphere changed in an instant. The Duke's tone suddenly became grave. Wasn't your subsequent behavior unnecessary? He was referring to the merciless beating I gave Krantz. There was no need to resort to such extremes when the pressure was relieved and the contest was already decided. Was there? Why display such a thing? The Duke asked softly, his face full of seriousness. He wanted confirmation. What was contained within the vessel named me? The response to this question would determine how I was perceived by the Duke. It wasn't difficult. All I had to do was give the best possible answer in this situation. I thought it was insufficient. Insufficient? If I had ended it by pointing my sword at Krantz after he kneeled, he would never have accepted the defeat. The Duke's brows furrowed slightly. Unperturbed, I continued my explanation. The purpose of a swordsmanship duel is to contest one's ability and prove superiority. If one side does not acknowledge this, it is meaningless. That's why I took such action. I thought that kneeling wouldn't be enough for Krantz. For a moment, silence lingered. The Duke's hand stroking his beard betrayed his deep contemplation. Krantz, having been pampered with high expectations from birth, was someone whose pride soared to the heavens. Such people generally do not accept defeat after just one setback. Had I ended it with him simply kneeling, Krantz would have doubtlessly continued to challenge me repeatedly. I wanted to break that spirit, to make him submit, hence the kick to his head. If Krantz wakes up now, he likely won't even be able to meet my eyes due to his trauma. Did you want to make Krantz submit? The Duke was quick to grasp my intention. I replied with a measured voice. Yes, even if he is my kin, I wanted to make him submit. I am aware. The words and actions I have taken today do not match an innocent 10-year-old child. Anyone looking at them would think they are anything but normal for a child. But who is the person in front of me? Duke Vert. He's not someone who cares about trivial matters like character development. Look, see the hint of a smile behind his veiled hands. Excellent. That's right. The essence of a duel is to demonstrate superiority over your opponent. No need to get entangled in trivial feelings like family affection. The Duke was genuinely content. He was probably very pleased to find a child who could uphold the ideals of the family. From the start, he never regarded his children as anything more than that. Your cold rationality is commendable despite your youth. You shall become a sturdy support to help Askell in the future. I was stricken as if by a hammer blow. What? Become a support for whom? Does he understand for whom I died when he talks like that? Tension crept into my fists as a dirty feeling surged in a corner of my heart. Another reason I called the Duke foolish. His terrifying obsession with the eldest son, Askell. Askell was not the child of the current Duchess, Margaret. He was born from the first wife, who had supposedly died long before my birth. Whatever love he had for that first wife, the Duke's love for Askell was to an excessive degree, as if he were under some spell. Well, it's not like I'm one to talk. After all, I was the one who most often looked after that guy. But now it's over. At the moment Askell's sword pierced my heart, a seal was etched within me. A life solely for myself. Every action that unfolds now will be the cornerstone of the future. As for a reward, it seems strange to call it that, but I still want to give you something for the duel. If there's anything you want, just say it. Desires. An opportunity bigger than expected had come. In a short time, I had to think about what choice could serve me the greatest benefit. Currently, all I have are the memories and senses from my past life. I still need time to grow to regain my original power. And beyond even what my past self could imagine, I need to develop an even stronger force. That's right, no need to think too hard. Since I always felt the need for power, I won't concern myself with possible dangers. I just need to pursue the most assured and effective method given the current situation. I want to go to the front lines, Father. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A space underground where light does not penetrate. A faint mist, almost tangible, fills the surroundings. Despite the absence of any light source, the terrain is surprisingly visible, a very peculiar place.
Step, step.
A woman emerged from the mist. Her face hidden by a black hood, she walked along the corridor shrouded in fog. Her steps seemed determined, as if seeking something. Eventually, a faintly glowing desk at the end of the corridor came into view. Atop it laid a mysterious black box. As she always had, the woman naturally opened the box. The box was empty, devoid of even a speck of dust. The item that was supposed to be there had vanished without a trace. The woman, inspecting the box this way and that, soon broke into a cheerful smile. The time has come. She quickly packed the box and returned the way she came. Back at the end of the corridor unfolded into a vast underground space. The woman looked at figures also adorned in identical hoods, the so-called members. They were engaged in various entertainments such as drinking, gambling, and sleeping, and paid her no mind. Without any reaction, she continued to the center and casually flung the box before the members.
Clang.
The noisy sound of the box clattered as it rolled. All at once, the members' attention turned to the box. The mist stone has vanished. The woman announced the disappearance of the box's contents. None among the members were unaware of what it signified. The previously raucous atmosphere became silent in an instant. Amid the silence, a member asked a question. Has the successor returned? The woman answered with a smile. We shall find out soon enough. She reached for the throne box, summoning a black mist from her fingertips as magic swelled.
Push.
An unfamiliar white smoke emerged from the empty box. The smoke reached upward, morphing into an indiscernible shape. Zap! The smoke shifted to black with a curious sound. A moment later, the smoky figure took the shape of a young child before vanishing without a trace. Having confirmed her objective, the woman raised her hands high and declared, The day of revelation has arrived. From this moment, we resume the activities of the mist. With her command, all the members disappeared as if they never were. All that remained in the expansive underground space were the woman and the box. The woman gazed at the box, a meaningful smile on her face.
5.
After their talk, the Duke returned to the front lines immediately. Though it was tough to convince him to the very end, I managed to leave some room for possibilities. When I first expressed my desire to go to the front lines, the Duke treated me like a lunatic. It wasn't exactly an unreasonable reaction. A young man, still wet behind the ears, wishing to go where grotesque monsters roamed freely. It was rather a stroke of luck that he only regarded me as a madman. The western territory of the Empire, Belius. This place is currently the only area on the continent known as the front lines. It is not bordered by the regions of other human kingdoms or tribes. This is rather the dwelling of various non-human races, widely known as the demon realm. Devoted from birth to destruction and slaughter, the demonic race inhabits the continent, with Belias being the territory closest to that treacherous land. Among them, the Limia Valley could be considered the most advanced front, where battles against the demons had been ongoing for hundreds of years, and fierce bloody fights continued to happen daily. Why they cross over, or what lies beyond them, remains a mysterious world to everyone. At the present time, nobody would know anything about it, except for me. Yuwang Meister. Out of breath, Emily rushed in and flung the door open. She was drenched in sweat, having apparently run all the way from somewhere. Unconcerned, I continued my strength training exercises. Is it true? What's true? What do you mean, what's true? They said you asked the Duke to go to the front lines? Word travels fast. Who could have started this rumor with no one to spread it? Yeah, I mentioned it. I haven't fully received permission yet, though. Emily, looking pale, suddenly screamed. Have you lost your mind, my lord? Do you even know what that place is? It's infested with terrifying demons. Precisely speaking, it's not demons, but rather demon beasts that are swarming the area. There is a common misconception that among the creatures inhabiting Limia Valley, there are no intelligent beings, meaning only beasts dwell there, not people. Although not a significant difference, it's an incredibly important fact. I mean, would we be happy being considered the same as beasts by those other races? The same logic applies. The reason I aim for the front lines is specifically to target these demon beasts, not the demons themselves. So what happened in the end? If you haven't got full permission, did the Duke set some sort of condition? Emily sure catches on fast. As she presumed, my father did set one condition for me. 1 month. In the given month, I must earn the qualifications to go to Limia Valley. If I meet the criteria, he agreed to allow me to accompany him to the front lines. He has yet to specify what those qualifications are. Phew. The moment I completed my target number of reps, I collapsed. Even though it was my own body, I was reminded once more just how frail I had been at the time. Just how did I manage to survive with such a weak physique? Emily brought me water as I was sprawled on the floor. It really doesn't suit you to be exercising like this. I wish she hadn't mentioned that. I was already deeply troubled about how to rapidly enhance this feeble body. Given the Duke's temperament, I suspect he'll arrange another sparring session. Perhaps he wants to see if I would survive an encounter with demon beasts on the front lines. Likely he would have a high-ranking knight like you can take me on with some handicaps. Is that even possible? If it was not just empty talk, I could handle not just one, but 10 senior nights. I was, after all, a member of the continent's top assassin organization. I remember all the techniques and secrets I learned back then and can still use them effectively. The problem is that my strength is limited. I still have many things to verify, but using the previous life's powers in this decrepit body might be too risky. Even using one secret technique could shatter my body entirely. Nor can I rely on magic. At an age barely beginning to produce mana, wielding magic powerful enough to subdue senior knights seems ridiculous. Last night, I confirmed through mana sensitivity that the mana and magic power I refined in my previous life still reside within me. Of course, right now, I keep it hidden so no one can detect it. In fact, not everyone can do this. Anyway, until I enter the academy and discover my attribute affinity, I can't reveal it to others. In the end, all I can demonstrate is my swordsmanship. With muscles too weak to lift a vase, I'm expected to defeat a higher-ranked knight. Honestly, it's not impossible, but, regardless, to increase my chances, I must use the time I have to enhance my strength as much as possible. I resumed my push-ups, preparing to continue my workout. Murmurs. It's noisy outside. Has someone come? Maybe the estate soldiers are changing shifts. It's not something I need to concern myself with right now. Ignoring it, I carried on with my exercises. Unable to resist her curiosity, Emily went outside to check. Now I can finally exercise in peace. 5 minutes may have passed when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. Though I was exercising, my ears instinctively focused on the sound. Not heavy enough to be a knight's, the steps seemed light and thin, probably a woman's, but not graceful. With this much pace, it's not from a noblewoman like the Duchess, so it must be Emily. But why is she rushing back like this? About 170 centimeters tall and around 55 kg. These steps don't match a maid's either. Emily is significantly shorter. She can't make such strides. Then who could it be? It almost feels like an assertive woman warrior's. Sion. My body faltered as the door burst open. The stranger strode in, a woman unknown to me. When I saw her face, I was taken aback without realizing it.
Egli sis?
My astonishment was brief as she suddenly grasped my shoulders and shook them. Have you lost your mind? You asked Father to go to the front lines? Do you even know what that place is? See, sister, please let go first. The sudden reunion had put me at a loss for words. What exactly are you thinking, Sion? You want to go there thinking it was some kind of achievement? I couldn't properly respond, being violently shaken with no chance of explanation. What's this situation? Why is Ellis here? Her eyes, filled with various emotions, looked at me intently. This warm touch was definitely not an illusion. To think the day I'd meet my sister again would come. Despite being reprimanded, my face brimmed with a smile. Noticing my expression, she tilted her head in confusion. Sion, are you feeling unwell? She shook her head as she spoke. Not really, I'm just happy to see you. She paused for a moment, then smiled and patted my head. Yes, it makes sense to be happy. I've been too busy with graduation preparations to visit, but it's a relief to see you looking healthy. A year it might have been for her, yet for me, it was a reunion after decades. The Duke's second child, and beside her older brother Ashel, She was considered the next head of the family, the only member of the family in whom I, the incompetent, could confide. The woman I truly wanted to protect in my past life. When did you arrive at the mansion? Just now. It will be even harder to come home after graduation, so I came before that happened. She was now 17, at the point of completing her 6 years at the academy and approaching graduation. Within the family, or rather in society, people referred to her in this way: the child of God. She was the unprecedented recipient of all S grades in all subjects at the Royal Academy, where the genius gathered from across the continent. Unlike me, the incompetent, she was an exceptionally talented and capable person, excelling in swordsmanship, magic, and academics. Additionally, her beauty was so enchanting that she was revered as a goddess, earning her the title of the Child of God. Though she was 2 years younger than her brother Ashel, within the family, she was also considered a candidate for the next head of the family. However, she herself showed no interest. But more importantly, what about your request to go to the front lines? Did you really ask Father that? Yes, that's what I did. But where did you hear about it? Oh, that's not what's important. She avoided answering, and at that moment, I noticed Emily peeking through the door. From her expression, I could immediately tell she was the culprit. Damn it, that thoughtless maid. I wanted to gain various experiences before joining the academy, and of all places most accessible and where I could sense much, I thought the front lines were it. Our estate in the Vert family is located in the most eastern part of the territory, the furthest point from Limia Valley, the very front lines. This location choice had undoubtedly been determined by the Duke. The goal was to keep the family within the territory while ensuring that if an emergency occurred and the front lines broke, they could immediately retreat. For now, I had given the most appropriate answer I could, just as the Duke had. However, my sister wore a strange expression after hearing it. Sion, are you, by any chance, thinking of carrying on the family's legacy? The sun had set, and the moon had risen high in the dark night. A chilling cold hovered over the training ground as the night fog thickened. Must we really go this far? Don't complain, Sion. All of this is to test you. What is this we're doing, training at night? Not even for a jog, but with a sword in hand. It has been less than half a day since my duel with Krantz, and here I am, in the same kind of situation again, carrying on the family's legacy. I see your intention as commendable. However, not everything can be resolved with just intent. This is my trial for you to overcome Father's ordeal. The family's legacy, meaning protecting the peace of the continent from demons. I've said it multiple times already, but I have no intention at all to get involved in such pointless deeds again. My wanting to go to the front lines has nothing to do with that. But since I can't tell the truth, I just said yes. I didn't expect I would be openly challenged to a duel like this. The trial is simple. Starting now, for 3 minutes, either withstand my sword or aim your own at my throat. If you accomplish either, I will let you go to the front lines. Simple what? That sounds more like he'll never let me go. I came here on a whim, but I had no clue what to do. Withstand a sword duel against the child of God who achieved S grades in all subjects at the Royal Academy? For someone who has just started strength training, that would be incredibly easy, actually. Honestly, I could end it as soon as it starts. Not only are her movements clearly visible, but my body has also become smaller and lighter, making me more agile. But what would happen if I did? Krantz is of a similar age, so there's no problem winning or losing there, but she's a grown adult 7 years older than me. Defeating her, who has completed every specialized course at the Royal Academy, all in one go, that's an utterly impossible scenario. There's no need to mention the possibility to anyone. It's an outright loss situation. If I won without thinking, I could no longer justify it as a fluke of talent. Draw your sword now. The moment you draw, we begin. Come on, Sion. Well then, Ellis probably doesn't intend to seriously attack, thinking it's really serious. She'll likely take it easy, watching my abilities and letting things slide. If I respond reasonably well and stretch out the time, I should be able to scrape through. Thinking I could manage somehow, I drew my sword, when her sword thrust like an arrow, aiming for my neck in a flash. Clang! Although I parried it without issue, I realized something from the first clash. This sister, she was dead serious, with no intention of going easy at all. Ellis Vert, the eldest daughter of the Duke Vert family. At her father's command, she had taken up the sword from an early age. In order to inherit the role of the guardian of the continent, following her father's footsteps. Although she was pressured with a purpose in life from the moment she was born, Ellis did not complain. She was indeed the second child and the elder daughter of the Vert family. As an elder daughter, she thought it was only natural to continue the legacy of her household. The heavy and difficult responsibilities were enough to be carried by just her and Askell. Nothing more was needed. If the younger siblings below her could escape the shackles of the family and enjoy a life of freedom, that was enough reason to be content. Even now, as she was graduating from the academy, her conviction had not changed. But what was this? The youngest, whom she hadn't seen for a year, suddenly stepped up claiming to continue the legacy of the household. What was this little kid, not even dry behind the ears, thinking? Ellis pondered. An ignorant child, who showed no interest in the sword or martial arts, seemed to know too little of the world. Though her heart was praiseworthy, what she was witnessing was truly something she did not desire. To assign such a tough and difficult task to her delicate younger sister, what kind of older sister would permit that? Honestly, she was also aware that the current situation was not right. Fencing with her younger sibling, who was 7 years younger, could have subjected her to others' finger-pointing and criticism as an unreasonable sister. But studying the ways of the world was always necessary. Ellis wanted to make Sion feel the wall of the household. If he experienced a complete sense of powerlessness by being utterly outmatched, it would trigger a major change in his heart. Although she felt somewhat sorry, if she could soothe him afterwards, she thought it would all be well in the end. That's what she believed until her first strike was easily blocked. He was only managing to hold back his true nature with great effort. But as he focused on deflecting her strikes, the duel seemed like it could persist for 3 more minutes. What was his sister intending to do now? Swoosh. Her sword flashed with a blue aura. He knew when he saw that light. Was she trying to kill him? This was no longer about continuing the family legacy. It seemed more like an attempt to cut off its sprout. Is this a trial too, sister? He tried to speak cautiously, but his sister did not reply. She was deeply immersed in channeling the mana within her to her sword. But was all this necessary? According to his memory, his sister's current magic level was no less than 6-star. Even when compared to academy peers of the same age, she was notably a grade higher. So it was apparent that his sister's pride had taken quite a blow, as she even tried using mana against a mere child of 10. As time passed, her sword became increasingly enamored with an enchanting shade of ocean blue. In any case, having reached this point, there was only one thing he could do. For the first time since the duel began, he shifted his sword not to the front but to the back. Then, he quietly touched his free hand to the blade.
Ying.
A brief light shone from the sword, then disappeared as if nothing had happened. He too transferred mana into his sword. As soon as the transfer was confirmed, he kicked off from his spot without hesitation. Her sword was ready, all preparations complete. If she were to swing it now, his body would be flung 100 paces away. Of course, that wouldn't happen. That is, assuming that the two possibilities he had envisioned fully occurred. Schlick. Her sword finally cut through the air diagonally, coinciding with the escapement of a blue sword chi. At the same time, he slightly twisted his sword to meet hers. That is far enough. At that moment, a familiar male voice, along with a silver long sword, appeared from the sky. The sword stood between him and his sister, absorbing her sword chi in an instant. Armor decorated with golden stripes on pure white represented protection far beyond that of ordinary manor guards. You have crossed the line, young lady. Even if it is you, Ellis, I cannot allow this to continue. You are Yulkin, right? The one who stopped his sister was none other than Yulkin. She appeared quite flustered, realizing the high-ranking knight had intervened. You would use mana against a 10-year-old boy? Had things gone wrong, it could have been disastrous. His sister looked back and forth between the sword and his face for a while. Then her cheeks flushed with the realization of what she had done. What is going on? Seriously? I'm really sorry, Sion. I must have lost my mind for a moment. Suddenly, she threw away her sword and hugged him, desperately apologizing. It was a good thing Yulkin stepped in to defuse the situation. Otherwise, things could have gotten quite complicated. He hurriedly dissipated the mana he had transferred to his sword. Neither his sister nor Yulkin noticed. The spell he had cast was a 7-star magic, a mental spell that infiltrated specific targets with illusions, showing entwined living entities false hallucinations. Had his sister's sword clashed with his, she would have been unable to discern his location correctly and experienced serious confusion. Most likely, she would have been dancing in an empty space, while he would have simply watched on and waited for time to pass. His sister, who had been hugging him, turned to Yulkin again and asked, "But weren't you father's guard knight? Why are you here?" "I was assigned to escort Lord Sion by the Duke's orders. Since it was an order given in secrecy, I could not inform you, my lord. My apologies." "It's okay, Yulkin." He had been aware of Yulkin's presence since his father left for the front lines. It would have been odd if he hadn't noticed his straightforward and bold demeanor. Frankly, he had been waiting for Yulkin to step in all this time. It seemed that Yulkin was hesitant because the opponent was his sister, Ellis. "Let's end the spar here. Could you please step aside for a moment?" His sister politely requested Yulkin to move away, maintaining courteous language throughout. After bowing briefly, Yulkin disappeared from the spot. She had no intention of dragging this out. As soon as they started, she aimed at his neck, intending to decide the outcome immediately. The thrust she made was as natural as slicing through water. Though it was a very fundamental and straightforward action, The technique could lead to vastly different outcomes depending on the swordsman who executed it. Even Ellis, after mastering the move, had never once failed. Such was her confidence in its perfection. Yet, it was blocked, and quite anticlimactically at that. Faced with the unforeseen circumstance, her mind momentarily went blank. Did this child just block her sword? And at the exact intended spot without an inch of deviation? Moreover, Sion's sword was not a wide-bladed rapier. This suggested that he had completely read her intended move and adopted a defensive stance accordingly. Sion, too, appeared flustered. His expression seemed to suggest that he had blocked instinctively upon sensing the immediate threat. Ellis retreated for the time being, creating some distance. "Well, don't you have a good sense, Sion?" Sion, without answering, just made a face that seemed unsure of what to do next. Certainly, his reflexes were exceptional. Indeed, he would not have beaten Krantz so decisively if they weren't. Ellis quickly gathered her wits and launched another attack.
Thud.
Her next target was not Sion's neck, but his sword. By using her momentum and mass, she thought that inexperienced Sion would not withstand and would drop his sword. This applied to everyone who had poor swordsmanship, including herself in the past. Clang, 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 clang. Her sword swirled accurately from all four directions: up, down, left, and right. The blood-red blade danced up a storm under the cold night sky. A bead of sweat ran down Sion's face. However, incredibly, his sword remained solidly in contact with Ellis's. It was parried. A sincere strike was nullified so effortlessly. Although she was panting heavily as if she had exerted full strength, what mattered was Sion had parried her strike. Instead of dropping the sword, not even a finger was out of place. Strictly speaking, Sion, at 10 years old, should not have been able to withstand the strength of 17-year-old Ellis. Had even one strike landed properly, he should have lost hold of his weapon, yet he had withstood it. More precisely, he had deflected it. Ellis sensed that all of her strength went askew in the 4 interactions of their swords. In other words, the moment their blades touched, Sion had redirected all the incoming force. What is this child? Ellis was genuinely flabbergasted. By accident or by talent, the fact remained that he had blocked her sincere strike not just once but twice. Her blade, once hailed as a divine talent, had now been foiled by a mere child of 10. A corner of her heart was stirring. More than just astonishment, it was now a matter of pride. Her desire as a swordswoman flared up, and now she even harbored the intent to subdue him. Without a word, Ellis sheathed her sword and created more distance. At the same time, a blue aura began to sparkle around her blade. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When had he ever felt such breathlessness in a one-on-one fight? It must have been almost 10 years since his duel with the continent's top swordsman, Regressed. It was uncertain how his sister may view the situation, but he was exerting extreme subtlety and finesse in power control. During the initial thrust and subsequent quadra-strike, he honestly had opportunities for a counterattack more than 10 times. Aiming for his neck with a sword? If he had wanted to do so, he would have long since done it. Even now, if he so desired, he could dislodge and aim his sword at her in a single move. Phew! His sister sighed deeply, her emotions appearing mixed. Where did you learn swordsmanship? Nowhere. Who in this house would teach me? True, I don't know your situation either. His sister was indeed the legitimate second child of the family, but she was born to a mistress. There had been a favored female knight when his father was at the battlefield, and Ellis was the daughter born of his affection for her. In other words, she too was a child of an affair, like him, which is why she especially cherished him even more. Though her status posed disadvantages, she covered those with her talent, and no one dared to confront her carelessly within the household, not even the lady, Margaret. But you're more perceptive than I expected. Why else would I have attempted to use magic? If it hadn't been for Yulkin, I might have been on a stretcher right now. She laughed awkwardly and scratched her face. I showed such an inappropriate side as your sister. Far from supporting you, I almost stopped you from moving forward. It's all right now that you realize it. His sister clenched her fist for a moment, then relaxed her hand and calmly asked again, "Are you really serious about taking up the family mantle?" He nodded in response. "Yeah, you must have your own reasons for saying that. But it won't be easy. It all depends on you." "I'll keep that in mind," he said with a smile. Every aspect of his future was determined by the cause and effect he had designed. Within that future, his sister's well-being was also included. In his past life, his sister had died in a battle with monsters 3 years later. It was a death far too vain for someone heralded as a child of God and as the future head of the Vert family, but he knew the secret behind her death. She was killed not by a monster, but by a very close human. The things a person sent back to the past can change are not limited to their own future. Regardless of what happened over the next 3 years, he was determined to prevent his sister's death. His sister continued to stroke his hair absent-mindedly, smiling brightly.
7.
It's been 2 weeks since my sister returned to the academy. She visited merely to check in without any special purpose, so she left right after seeing our father, who was stationed at the front lines. Still, she didn't come empty-handed. To Krantz, who lay ill, she brought a precious bear's gallbladder, wishing him a speedy recovery. The gallbladder of a polar bear, coveted for its restorative properties. Well, I received a gift as well, though. Ugh, the smell. I still can't get used to it. Emily clamped her nose shut as soon as she set down the plate. A reddish liquid bubbled and brewed, its mere appearance enough to upset one's stomach. But I, undaunted, picked up the spoon. "Master, do you really find this tasty? Do you think I'm eating this because it tastes good? But still, even if Miss Ellis gave it to you as a gift." "I'm sorry, Master. I'll step out for a moment." Overcome, Emily held her mouth and fled the dining room. Alone, I began to empty the plate, suppressing my frustration. The taste was tolerable, although the smell suggested otherwise. Having eaten worse before, I didn't make a fuss like Emily had. The gift from my sister was none other than the blood of a hellhound. This demonic creature's essence hailed from the Limia Valley, a frontline region. There's a superstition on the continent that consuming the blood of demonic creatures drastically enhances human physical abilities. Though it's a superstition born from the rarity of such creatures and the robustness of frontier knights, astonishingly, it's not just a myth. The strength of demonkind comes partly from their diet, eating these creatures, just as we would eat cows or pigs. However, the nutrients in demonic beasts, like hellhounds, are so rich and bountiful that even a small amount can bring immense growth. That's the main reason I wish to go to the frontier, to consume the flesh and blood of these creatures and enhance my physical strength. From my past life and now, this was the shortest route to gaining power. Plus, since the world still considers this knowledge a mere superstition, it's like a blue ocean opportunity for me. Yet looking at this, I peered at the blood on my spoon. It had the distinct, biting, and sticky taste of hellhound blood, just as I recalled from my past life. Ellis, my sister, tended to believe in superstitions readily. She'd buy into anything claiming health benefits without verifying its truth, to the extent where I first thought she'd been swindled with this blood. Even so, to think that hellhound blood circulated in the black market, are they not taking demonic creatures seriously enough? As much as I was doubtful about it, after I tried it, it wasn't a scam. I knew the taste of hellhound blood. I had even eaten its flesh several times. Based on those experiences, this was definitely pure hellhound essence. I had never imagined that blood from demonic beings was actively being traded, possibly supplied by someone connected to the front lines. It was a matter that couldn't be overlooked, and I decided to inquire further into it. Having finished my meal, I stood up. "Where are you off to, master?" Emily entered at a most inconvenient time. "Just going for a walk." "Are you headed to the back hills again? If you're planning to practice swordsmanship, wouldn't the training grounds be better?" "I'm going for physical exercise. Have something nice and cool ready for me when I return." Emily waved her hand, bidding me to be cautious. I hoped she'd prepare something actually edible. Leaving the manor, I crossed the back garden and entered the forest path leading up the mountain. I had waited 2 weeks for this moment. All my previous attempts had been foiled by Yulkin's surveillance, but today, due to his regular reports, even he was elsewhere. In other words, at this moment, there were no eyes on me. I couldn't waste this golden opportunity. After an hour's climb up the mountain, I arrived near a vast plateau at its peak. It felt strange returning here after such a long time. This was where I hid away to escape everyone's gaze when I was being treated as an outcast at home. But back then, I was unaware that an incredible treasure was hidden beneath. I gently shut my eyes, sensing the surrounding energies. The natural flow of mana converged to one spot. There lay what I sought. 20 paces north, then a sharp left for 10 steps, and finally 2 large steps towards 1 o'clock. Once I pinpointed its location, I headed straight there. The deserted expanse gave no indication of anything hidden, yet my eyes perceived the truth. Beneath where I stood, a space rich with swirling mana. Without hesitation, I placed my hand on the ground. Wong. I channeled my internal mana into the earth. The reaction was weak. I guess I needed to pour in more mana. Wong. Still no response? It's proving trickier than expected. If I were an earth mage, I would have opened it with ease. Is this because of my differing elements? Even with the maximum amount of mana, the ground just trembled faintly with no other signs of change. It seemed I had reached my limit, but that didn't mean I was out of options. Once more, I aligned my hand with the ground. Swish! A black aura flowed through my hand into the soil, merging with the previously transferred mana, creating a resonance and a different vibration than before. I stepped back to watch the unfolding change. Kugagung! The ground cracked open, veins spreading across it like a blood network, and when it couldn't hold any longer, it collapsed dramatically. Once the dust cleared, stairways emerged beneath the broken ground. I descended the stairs without a moment's pause. At the end of the staircase was a long corridor, surprisingly clear though no light should have penetrated this underground space. I felt mana still flowing throughout the corridor. At the point where the mana ceased, there must be something that pulls and gathers it. A different feeling from the last visit came over me, like rediscovering a long-forgotten toy. In simple terms, this place was a temple, now buried beneath the ground and fallen to ruin. It once hosted an altar for the god of light, Lamarendal. Why was such a sacred site behind my house?
Pure coincidence.
After the divine demon war 300 years ago, all historical records were erased. There's no trace of the past. Whether such a temple is behind a house or an outhouse, it's irrelevant. Just a forgotten fragment of history, with no one but me knowing of its existence now. After about 10 minutes, a golden radiance flickered from the corridor's end. Approaching it, the brightness intensified as mana surged around it. In sight at last, the master of this temple, an altar made of silver surrounded by 2 flights of stairs, and at its heart, a brilliant golden sword shining with an undying light, like a sun beaming with life. It had an intoxicating vibrancy of a living aura that felt like a sonnet in the air. But to me, it was nothing but loathing. Holy Sword Durandal, a legendary relic graced with the blessings of the god Lamarendal. Only the saviors who could extract life's warm light from the cold darkness were worthy to wield it. Saviors, my foot. It was likely for traitors who only knew how to stab others in the back. Ah, but I was stabbed squarely in the chest, so perhaps not in the back after all? Regardless, how could I look upon this sword fondly? In a past life, the one who wielded this sword was none other than a Skelvert. Hence, it was the blade that pierced my heart, making me lose everything I had built and denying my very purpose in life. How could I welcome it with open arms? I felt myself souring with old thoughts. Better to focus on the task and get out. Otherwise, I might just die, suffocated by this wretched aura. I bypassed the sword, heading to where its shadow fell. Regretfully, my goal wasn't the sword. I could have pulled it, but what use would it have, especially with my small stature? Plus, it being so brightly glaring only hurts my eyes. Above all, it's the weapon that struck down my heart. Why should I have any need for it? It's better to avoid what's unclean. We naturally gravitate toward the familiar. That's precisely what I was searching for. The shadow cast by the holy altar stretched long behind it. Where there's light, there will always be darkness following. This was a law of nature since the dawn of creation. But the ignorant chase only the light, ignoring the shadows. Just look at this temple. It's evident everywhere. Though the world has changed, humanity remains the same. Standing atop the lengthy shadow, I crouched down and placed my hands onto it. The shadow of the holy sword spun like a whirlpool. It morphed freely, resembling a human figure. Then, after a moment, the shadow stretched out, pointing towards a specific direction. There, at its end, a strange black door now stood where none had been before. Creak. I opened the door as if entering a familiar room and stepped inside. Beyond lay utter darkness, filled with a thick mist rising from unknown origins. In the center was another altar, similar to the one that held the holy sword, but the feelings it evoked were distinct, comforting. The smile on my face grew as I bathed in the sensation. Moving through the mist, I came face to face with another weapon lying atop the altar. a short dagger with a purple blade emanating a sinister aura. Without hesitation, I grasped its hilt. Kugagung. The surroundings resonated powerfully, no cause for alarm. Where there's a treasure, there's often a guardian. The same went for this dagger, its guard being quite the welcome entity for me. Giggle, giggle, giggle. An unsettling feminine laugh filled the space. Soon, a strange fog swirled through the room, engulfing both the dagger and myself. A mysterious black soul emerged from the weapon, shifting into a bewitching woman with flowing black hair.
Ah,
How long has it been since I last tasted the outside air? It's exhilarating. The woman, taking a deep breath, soon noticed my presence, her grasp upon the hilt. What's this, a fledgling? A child? Are you the one who woke me? As you can see, I replied, entirely unbothered. Kyaha, such a young lad, fearless, quite adorable, isn't it? Do you even comprehend what you've done? Do you know what happens when you wake me? That this dagger is mine? Wrong. It's not the dagger but your body that is mine. Kayahaha. The spirit, licking her lips, soared upwards and dived swiftly, attempting to engulf me. I wasn't quite so unprepared in my past life.
catch.
Ack! Smoothly, I twisted her neck in my grip. Her sharp nails seemed poised to scratch me apart, but they only flailed uselessly at the air. Should you really be biting your owner? Her panicked gaze met my smiling face. August 12th, 999th year of the Age of Creation. We successfully expelled the army of the demon world that had occupied Belius. However, contrary to expectations, their forces were incredibly strong, and the morale of the allied forces that experienced this was quite low. In the pressing situation, not knowing when the demon world army might invade again, the humans felt the limits of their power and finally raised the necessity for sacred artifacts of the gods. Although everything was erased from the continent due to the Great War between demons and gods 300 years ago, some unerased traces still remained in various places. Humans gathered these scant pieces of information and soon uncovered the truth that relics of a bygone era imbued with divine power were hidden across the continent. Of those, the most needed was undoubtedly the holy sword Durandal, blessed by the protection of the god of light, Lumindel. Due to the demon's vulnerability to light, the power of Lumindel was potentially fatal to them, so finding Durandal was imperative. The problem was that no one knew where the sword lay dormant. It could only be assumed to be somewhere in the western part of the continent where the Temple of Light was presumed to have been. In the end, I found it, purely by chance. It was during a survey of the area around Belias, which we had reclaimed from the Demon Lord's forces, that I suddenly felt the urge to visit the mansion's back mountain. I wanted to soothe my weary mind and body after the battles with the demons and organize my thoughts, but lo and behold, upon reaching the summit and laying flat on the grass, I sensed something was off. The flow of mana in my surroundings was abnormal. It felt as though something deep beneath the mountain was sucking in the energy from the area. Something that I had not noticed when I was a snotty-nosed kid. I was now certain lay underneath this mountain. Could it be that the legendary holy sword was right here? With a feeling of perhaps, I gathered people to check, and certainly enough. It was revealed that the Temple of Light with the holy sword slumbered beneath the mountain. A breathtaking coincidence indeed. It didn't matter who found it. Askel took the sword. No one objected, and it seemed only natural that he should possess it. I felt the same. It was never a sword intended for my use, and I never thought myself worthy. I was simply relieved that we could find it, even by chance. But it didn't end there. I had completed my goal of recovering the holy sword and was about to leave, when I felt an indescribable power seeping out from behind the pedestal where the sword was inserted, just as shadows are cast where there is light. Yet no one pays attention to those shadows. Another power that was hidden in the shadow of the holy sword, coexisting. Drawn by that power, I alone sought out the temple and eventually discovered the chamber of the demon sword, which remained alongside the holy sword. The demon sword I found, Serum, was a sword that governed the world's dark energies, along with the holy sword Durandal. Only those who discover the truth in endless darkness could possess this other divine artifact. The black gem embedded in the hilt seemed to lure me, begging to be drawn. Led by the temptation, I drew the sword, and at that moment, my destiny was once again transformed.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
You? What in the world are you? How can you dare to touch my body? Don't pretend you don't know. Isn't there only one reason why this situation is even possible? The demon sword embedded in the pedestal, connected to the black-haired woman by a mist of black fog. She wasn't a living creature, but a spiritual entity that absolutely couldn't be physically grasped. However, my hands were firmly grabbing her throat, which meant that I had a special power to control her. Why? Why does the energy of air emanate from you, boy? Don't tell me you are his successor? I was a successor, still am, to be accurate. A successor? What does that even mean? I can clearly see the brand he carved into you. Honestly, my current state is tough to define with certainty. Though she doesn't know it and becomes angry, what can I do? I am merely stating the obvious truth. Let's keep it simple, Serum. It's annoying to explain this, and that in a situation where I'm not even sure myself. How about you just follow me quietly? Her brow furrowed deeply. Has the imbecile's spirit finally escaped? Hey, kid. You keep pushing your luck, and you might truly die. Darkness Technique 9th Form. Demon Sword Control. Arg. Flicking my finger to release the chant, the one who had been snarking at me clutched her head in agony.
Ag.
Soon after, she sat down on the ground, struggling to breathe heavily. Whoosh! As I drew the sword from the pedestal, Serum separated from the mist and transformed into a perfectly human figure. Sorry, I haven't done it in a while and couldn't control my strength. I apologized, thinking it might have been too much. Even as she covered her face, she yelled at me. You brat. If you hurt women like that, you won't live long. Got it? Indeed, if her spirit wasn't strong, she couldn't be my cherished sword. I refrained from flicking my finger again out of mercy. The woman's identity was the soul indwelt in the demon sword Serum. In other words, she's the living personality of this sword. By now, there's no need for more proof, right? It's within your purpose of existence to follow Heir's successor. Won't you take my hand and leave with me? Gasping for breath, she abruptly stood up. Sitting cheekily upon the pedestal, she scanned my entire body with haughty eyes. That's how you actually look, right? I nodded. I mean, it's not wrong, is it? Outwardly, you're a greenhorn no more than 10 years old. But why does your inside feel so complete? You leave no room for me to wedge myself in, do you? People are not always as they appear on the outside. If there's one thing my past life taught me painfully, it's that truth. Reflected in the sword in my hand was the figure of the 10-year-old boy I currently am. On the other side, the face of my previous life, filled with regret at the moment before death. Which one can truly be said to be me? There's no need to deny either. In the end, they are both me. Let me explain briefly. I'm someone who has already died once. Someone who has died once? Her eyes widened in surprise. To put it simply, a regression, perhaps? Though I died a sudden death by betrayal in my previous life, I was swept up by a phenomenon I don't understand and returned to the past. During that life, I received heir's choice and fought battles with you. Are you telling me to believe that? Does it make sense for a greenhorn to control you? Serum started to hesitate in speech. Truly, it's not a story one can believe just by hearing it once. However, if we assume my words to be truthful, my current situation of controlling a divine artifact also defines itself clearly. After briefly contemplating, Serum asked again, "And what is your name?"
Sion vert.
A name I've never heard or seen before. You were chosen by air? Yes. Otherwise, we couldn't be having this conversation right now. The biggest reason why the incompetent me from my previous life could control Serum, it was due to some god's blessing. Air, the god of black mist, who was even shunned in the divine realms. The very person who turned my life completely upside down. Well, even if he's an oddball, he wouldn't be foolish enough to choose a snotty kid. Actions speak louder than 100 words. She can't just dismiss my words as mere nonsense. She must clearly feel his energy emanating from me at this moment, in addition to the secret techniques I showed her earlier. But I'm confused. If you can control me with just a finger snap, it looks like you've already mastered all of his powers. So what did you do in your past life to die so early? That hits a sore spot. But now there's nothing that needs to be hidden. Nothing much. Just betrayed by someone I trusted. Betrayal? So you got stabbed in the back? Quite a disgraceful end for the master of the demonic sword, right? But then, there's no trade against betrayal. What could you, a human, do about it? She laughed mockingly, waving her hand, then spoke sternly. But remember this. Whether you've regressed or whatever, I don't care. If I see even the slightest hint of feebleness or weakness in you, I'll consume you on the spot. Got it? Serum's finger skimmed my lips. I tried to reassure her, but her personality shows, doesn't it? My calm heart fluttered slightly at the provocation that wasn't just a tease. I responded with a smile, showing no hint of the stir within. I can assure you, there's nobody else in this land who can handle you properly.
Ja?
On what basis do you say so? Such a great person. Why did he die early? Snap. My empty left hand caught her hair in an instant. Unable to resist, Serum was now at eye level with me. So, climb down a bit, Serum. A divine artifact can't just be hovering around the kitchen slicing meat, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm giving her advice with an infinitely merciful smile. Definitely not a warning or a threat. Isn't that clear from the ever-smiling expression on my face? Only time will tell if you'll satisfy me as a worthy master. Serum also responded with a peaked smile, just as expected of my cherished sword. But, suddenly, her brow furrowed in annoyance. Something seemed to greatly offend her. Is that idiot still out there? The idiot? As I looked back, light from the holy sword entered through the open temple door. In this empty temple, there was nothing else that could be referred to as an idiot but that thing. I stepped outside, holding Serum in my arms. Having just come out of the darkness, the light of Durandal seemed even brighter than before. Wow, so it's still here, sleeping? Hasn't its owner appeared yet? Serum asked in curiosity upon seeing the holy sword. Maybe it would be better if they never appeared. I considered destroying it right there, but then shook my head at the thought that would probably bring a lot of trouble. Serum watched me intently, then suddenly spoke. The one from your past life who betrayed you. Is that idiot the owner of this holy sword? For a moment, my insides twitched, but I didn't let it show. Turning away, I asked softly, "Why do you think so?" "You don't seem to be the type to scowl at a holy sword unless it's you. Throughout all history, it's written all over your face. This is the enemy of my past life. How could I not notice unless I'm a fool?" I tried to have a poker face, but I can't imagine it was that obvious. That demonstrates the extent of my hatred for this sword and its owner. Looks like seasoning isn't wasted on the elderly, huh? Come on, faking indifference. So, are you planning revenge on the owner of the holy sword in this life? No, that wouldn't be enough. I felt a renewed energy in my previously hesitant heart. Standing before Serum, I walked defiantly towards the holy sword.
Bang!
With a loud noise, the holy sword tilted to one side.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sword, embedded deeply in the pedestal, did not come out easily. After several kicks, the holy sword finally fell from the pedestal and tumbled onto the floor. Whether that sword's owner appears or who takes it doesn't matter to me anymore. A bringer of life's light? I am one who thoroughly knows the true face of that so-called savior. Why would I, knowing all this, serve this sword and its owner again? What I desire is not revenge, but submission.
It.
Serum, who had been quietly observing, was shocked. Isn't this how it should be? By now, my feet were trampling the luminous blade of the holy sword. The golden gem embedded in the hilt seemed to resent me as it looked on. The true savior does not borrow the strength of others. Plink. Without much force, the gem easily fell off. At the same time, the lustrous radiance of the holy sword was reduced by half. I pocketed the gem. What are you planning to do with that? Serum asked, her expression filled with curiosity. Who knows? Can't do much right now, but won't it be interesting later? Would they come begging me for that gem, or would they fight with all their might to snatch it away? Whatever it may be, it's an interesting development for me. If it's the latter, it would be even more exciting. Hey, Master. Serum sat on the hard rock with a seductive posture, repeatedly yawning. Looking at me, she asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "To use you," I replied in a flat tone. "You think the legendary demon sword is as common as a kitchen knife on a chopping board? Isn't this clearly neglecting a relic? I've told you, for the time being, it'll be hard even to bring you out. I can't carelessly show off a noble relic like you, can I?" In the distance, I could see Yulkin, who watches over me 24 hours a day. Of course, only I can see Serum's soul, but I still need to be cautious about any rash actions. Don't you know the saying that a man's weapon will dull if not used? It's the same with that thing of yours, isn't it? You say such fine words in front of a child. Talk about children later. Anyway, look at my dried up skin. I've awoken after so many years and want to taste some blood again. When exactly will you unsheathe me? She was throwing a tantrum like a child clamoring for a snack. I'll use you to your heart's content once we are on the battlefield. So please, just wait until then, Serum. If that's the case, then you should have only come to me right before leaving. Ugh, to wake up after hundreds of years only to meet such a weird master. Fine, if you won't use me, I'm going back to sleep. Don't wake me up. Serum, who turned into mist, disappeared into the dagger in my pocket in an instant. Despite her complaints, she spends half her day sleeping. It's natural, though. Maintaining a form needlessly only drains her strength. While I feel somewhat guilty, for the time being, I cannot help it. At least until I enter Ramaya Valley, I will have no use for her. I resumed my swordsmanship practice. The month's deadline promised to my father is now only 3 days away. All I have done during this time is continuous physical training and flashy swordsmanship drills. With no clue what the trial might be, light training is all I could manage. Honestly, I need to sharpen my real combat senses if I intend to hunt demons on the battlefield. Even attempting to utilize Krantz seems futile lately since he hasn't been seen. He should have recovered from his injuries ages ago, but it seems he is intentionally avoiding me. The saying goes, when you need a remedy, even the dirt is gone. Perhaps I should have been more moderate? As the monotonous training went on, I couldn't help but grumble to myself. I lay down on the ground, stretching out like a star, thinking I might rest for a bit. Considering that my last sparring was with my sister Ellis, I must assume I'm quite rusty by now, though I'd hate to spar with an unworthy opponent. I pondered if there might be a suitable opponent nearby. Wait a minute. There actually is someone close by, isn't there? Hey, Yulkin, you there? I threw my head back, looking into the forest's depth. 3 seconds later, Yulkin emerged from between the bushes, swiftly approaching me. What is it, young master? He seemed surprised that I could pinpoint his exact location. Nothing serious. Can you do me a favor? Please speak. Let's have a sparring match.
What?
Perspiration broke out on Yulkin's face. A request out of the blue, and a rather peculiar one at that, but I was genuinely serious. Did you say, a sparring match with me now? Yes. The day promised to my father is fast approaching, and I don't feel it's right to keep swinging my sword into thin air. I'd like to sharpen my actual combat senses. Can you help me? There are other knights around if you need a sparring partner. My duty is to escort you, not to train you. That is precisely why I'm asking. It's a personal request, separate from my father's orders. You don't really have to spar with me. Just defend against my attacks. Won't be too hard, right? Asking him to simply defend without striking back hardly seemed like a proper duel, but Yulkin agreed anyway. What could go wrong with just parrying the young master's attacks? If that is what you wish, I will comply. But instead of my sword, I will use its scabbard. I promise to only defend, as per your wish. Politely bowing, Yulkin drew his sword, his blade an elite piece wielded by the knight's order, with a scabbard sturdy enough to match famous swords in strength. Thanks. One more thing before we start. Please speak. For this spar, don't report anything that happens to my father. Pardon? Yulkin's expression grew complicated. Not only was his duty to protect me, but it also involved monitoring my every move. The bold son who declared his wish to join the front lines. My father would be extremely curious about the nature of my training. There was no reason he should fail to report today's sparring to the Duke. It's not a request but an order. As a scion of the Vert family, I order you not to divulge anything about what transpires here to anyone. Do you understand? A fresh bead of sweat trickled down Yulkin's cheek. Was he considering whether I, not the Duke, had the authority to issue such a command to him? In all my lives, I have seen he is among the most honorable knights. He has shown immense loyalty as the Duke's right hand, so committed that he'd plunge into the vilest sludge if bidden. Had I proceeded with the sparring without saying anything, he surely would have reported the event to the Duke. Hence the need for this command. Yulkin's core mission is to protect the Duke, and by extension, as someone directly charged by the Duke, I hold a delegated authority. Some might scoff at such talk, but for the knight before me, it doesn't matter. I understand, young master. I swear upon the honor of a guardian knight that I will not divulge any information regarding this sparring. Taking the knight's oath, Yulkin swore an oath that breaking would mean paying with his life, assuring me he wouldn't talk. Thank you, Yulkin. Shall we begin? As I lifted my sword, Yulkin too positioned the scabbard defensively. With a definitive promise in hand, perhaps I could afford a bit of fun? Honestly, these past few days have left me itching for some action. Since Krantz is out of the picture and my last sparring with my sister Ellis brought unexpected urges, with a decisive leap, I charged. Clang! The first strike delivered. I twisted my body to execute the desired blows freely. Yulkin caught every swing flawlessly, without a hint of deflection. A thrilling synergy of vibrating blades combined with an exhilarating rush surged within me. The dormant aspirations of a swordsman were reawakening. As time passed, the corners of my lips turned upward, while Yulkin's expression grew somber. Although he didn't struggle with defense, it was hard to believe these were the sword skills of a mere 10-year-old. About 10 minutes into the assault, I felt a refreshing sense of fulfillment, as though completing a set exercise routine. Ending with a downward slash aimed at his head, I ceased my attack. Good work, Yulkin. Thanks for the help. Why, you worked hard, young master. My cheerful smile was met with Yulkin's awkward bow. He observed his scabbard, somewhat marred despite the superior hardness. It looks like I've damaged it unintentionally. Should I compensate? No, young master. I can take care of the repairs myself. Please don't worry about it. Although full of questions, he surely wouldn't ask them, nor would he speak of this to anyone else. A truly faithful knight. What do you think, Yulkin? About what, may I ask, young master? The trial father is preparing. Do you know anything about it? I am regretfully uninformed, as I have been accompanying you recently. Well, even if he knew, he wouldn't say. What could he be preparing? Perhaps a sparring with several high-ranking knights like you? Or maybe father himself will face me. As the day of the promise drew nearer, curiosity burgeoned. What was the qualification the Duke spoke of, and what had he prepared for it? Curiosity tinged with odd anticipation rose within me. It won't be that. Surprisingly, quiet Yulkin spoke up. Though it's only my conjecture, I don't believe the Duke would prepare something like a duel with people. The Duke sees far beyond what we can imagine, so he must have arranged a trial fitting his vision. Indeed, He has a different perspective. Having served my father much longer than I have, he'd know him better. But as for you, young master, I suppose no matter the trial, you would overcome it without issue. For the first time, the ordinarily stoic knight revealed a gentle smile. Receiving acknowledgement from an elite knight was a dance-worthy joy. It was a strange but not unpleasant feeling. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the promise arrived. Knights from the front line had been waiting in the courtyard since dawn to take me with them. With nothing to prepare, I followed them after breakfast. From the windows of the mansion, hundreds of eyes watched me leave. Nobody was permitted to accompany me, and among the dozens of knights, I was the only one under protection. After a 30-minute carriage ride through uninhabited wilderness, we arrived. As I stepped out, I immediately faced the Duke. "I greet you, Father, Sion, the youngest of the Verts.
Come Sian.
Are you ready?" Without any small talk, he directly asked if I was ready to undertake the trial. Of course, I am prepared to start at any moment. Once more I ask, if you reconsider now, I will let you go without a word. Do you truly want to go to the frontier? My sentiments have not wavered since I first expressed them. My heart is still set on the front lines. Seeing my unwavering resolve, the Duke nodded. Responsibility accompanies every action, and one must be qualified to bear that responsibility. If you wish to uphold the beliefs of the Vert family, you must earn that right. Now, let's see just how strong your resolve is. Having spoken, the Duke commanded the knights, "Release it." Following his command, the knights brought forth something massive. It looked like a huge cage designed to imprison someone. As they unwrapped the giant covering, the truth of the Duke's prepared trial came to light. Arrrrrr. Within the cage, eyes filled with madness glared at me, those of a creature not native to this land. To think the Duke would prepare such a trial. Despite trying to maintain composure, my lips twitched uncontrollably. The hellhound of demons. The cruel predator from the demon realm licked its jowls greedily, as if it could devour me at any moment. Then, clang. The iron bars opened, revealing the full figure of the hellhound. Chains bound its neck, a multitude of them. Should those chains be released, it would charge at me without hesitation. Now, the beast before you is called a hellhound, a creature of the demon world. It's incredibly ferocious, driven only by its instinct to kill. However, there are even worse monsters overflowing on the front lines. I know this. Moreover, the hellhound is the lowest class among the magical beasts that inhabit the Limia Valley. So prove yourself here and now by defeating this hellhound. If you do so, I shall grant you permission to accompany us to the front lines. To think he personally captured a creature of the demon world for this brash child. To be honest, I'm quite touched. Yolkin's judgment is indeed precise. My father bears the title of the continent's protector with no less discernment than the name suggests. He wants to clearly determine through this trial what qualities one must possess to venture to the front lines as a member of the Vert family. Creatures from another world that don't exist anywhere on our continent. Humans feel the greatest fear when faced with the unknown. An ordinary person might lose strength in their legs, or even wet themselves just by seeing a magical beast. I, too, was like that at first, and it took me a considerable time to adapt. But what about now? It's just a rabid mutt. A little larger, a bit more agile, and with teeth that are somewhat tougher and sharper. Even the high-ranking knights defending the front lines can sweep away dozens of these puppies with one stroke of a sword. Yet, if we assume I'm facing this beast for the first time, this would be a challenge more difficult than facing 10 high-ranking knights. It's a way to confirm how hard it is to overcome the fear of such unknown creatures, and that only by doing so can one be truly qualified. Swoosh. Without hesitation, I drew my sword. The knights maintained a safe distance just in case, probably as a last line of defense to prevent an irreparable situation. My safety would be guaranteed, but should these knights intervene, my journey to the front lines would be for naught. Of course, that would never happen. Clank. At the signal, the chains restraining the hellhound were released. Kyung. The beast charged at me with a howl as if to affirm it was indeed a dog. Clang. I tilted my sword upward and struck hard against its fangs. Even with the physical training I've been doing these past few days, I still couldn't withstand the hellhound's strength. Slightly twisting my body to dodge, the beast toppled forward. Grr. Despite the presence of other knights nearby, its gaze was fixated on me. It instinctively recognized me as the weakest link. Such is the limitation of its inferior nature. But I have no desire to show a struggling appearance. What does age or being a magical beast matter? The purpose of this trial is to prove myself by drawing out my utmost capabilities within the limits of what I can show. With the next strike, I will cut off its breath. Kyung. I moved faster than the hellhound. Sprinting with my sword drawn back, its mouth opened wider as I approached. At the moment when I closed within 1 meter of it, I stepped aside, changing direction. Simultaneously, I swung my sword diagonally upward, slicing through the hellhound's face. Slash. A deep gash ran from its jaw to nose. Queak. It fell to the ground and shrieked as if its throat would tear. It must be in pain, but it would only be for a moment. Thud. I plunged my sword into the throat of the beast as it tried to rise again. After a solitary groan, it thrashed wildly, but not for long. Blood flowed in large quantities from between its neck and mouth, and soon its body went limp. As soon as I confirmed it had stopped breathing, I withdrew my sword. I wiped the blood on my face and inadvertently tasted it. It's fresh, probably because it was just killed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yulkin, a guardian knight of the Order of Light. Witnessing Sion's trial, he couldn't hide his genuine astonishment. He defeated the hellhound? Over the past month, he had been ordered by the Duke to protect Sion and had been faithfully carrying out his duties. There was also the additional task of reporting any significant activity, but in reality, there wasn't much to report to the Duke about his observations of Sion. The most noteworthy event was perhaps a duel with Ellis, who had visited the manor. Not that he didn't have anything to report, but there simply wasn't much to report. As far as his observations went, Sion had been focusing solely on consistent physical training and sword practice. If there had been anything to report, it would have been a brief sparring session he had offered 3 days prior. Yet, he had refrained from disclosing that as well, at the behest of Sion. When Yulkin learned that Sion's trial entailed facing a hellhound, he thought he would pass without much trouble. Sion had demonstrated extraordinary swordsmanship in their sparring, along with a confident demeanor. To face the monsters of the demon world, one must possess unwavering confidence, unafraid of anything. Even if he could struggle, as long as he did not cower and persistently face the battle, he would surely triumph. But wasn't this a bit too quick? It had taken Sion less than a minute to cut off the hellhound's breath. During that time, there was no sign of fear or dread in Sion's eyes. He simply recognized the entity before him as an enemy and killed it. In common terms, he truly played with it like a dog. Yulkin quietly observed Sion drawing his sword, musing to himself. A child has emerged who can match, no, surpass, both the eldest and the second. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Looking at the blood-soaked ground filled me with a sense of waste. It was a loss of at least 5 liters that could have been savored. I might be the only person who relishes blood while a magical beast's corpse lies before me. As the knights cleaned up the carcass, the Duke approached me. "Excellent, Sion." The Duke, who rarely applauded, praised me with a deep exclamation. "Weren't you afraid of the hellhound?" I simply thought of it as an enemy that needed to be defeated. I did not entertain the thought of fear. It would be strange to fear a mongrel so commonplace in the demon world. "Good, then as promised, I will allow you to join the front lines. I have no doubt that it will be a valuable experience for you." "Thank you, Father. Is there anything else you desire? If you wish, I will grant you new armaments for your use." I still don't know much about armaments. If Father would tailor something for me, I would be grateful to accept. "Very well, I will prepare something that will surely meet your satisfaction." Now what use would I have for other armaments? The divine demon sword is comfortably nestled within my possession. I might not use it, but accepting it certainly wouldn't hurt. With the trial concluded, there was no reason for me to linger on this barren land. I returned to the manor via the carriage I arrived in, while the Duke returned to the front lines with the other knights. Once preparations at the manor were complete, I would also head to the front lines. It was certainly not a place I pined for, but one might consider it a site of memories. For some reason, I felt a pang of nostalgia. Didn't quite an interesting event occur while I was asleep? Suddenly materializing, Serum, newly awakened, appeared before me. "Judging from the scent of blood, you've taken down a hellhound, but it seems you had a harder time than expected." "Well, I had to somewhat conceal my strength as I fought, so yes, it was a bit of a struggle. Putting on quite a show. So, it's settled that you're going to the front lines or something. Can I now frolic about freely?" I suppose so," I replied, only half certain, but Serum was already brimming with anticipation. The truth was, I had to assess the situation there, so I couldn't be sure if it would be as carefree as she hoped. "Hey, Master. I was pondering while I slept."
What?
"What was I doing when you died in your past life?" "What do you mean?" "You were firmly clutched in my hand. Well, in the end, that hand had been violently severed. But, so what was I doing in your past life? Moreover, wasn't the one who killed you the bearer of the holy sword? If that's the case, I find it inconceivable that I wouldn't have detected their malice. Where do I even begin to explain? Indeed, if Serum's identity had been present at the time, I wouldn't have died so easily. She would have slapped me to my senses and made me fight. First and foremost, you and I had a savage battle in my past life. Why? Why? Because, without notice, you were constantly trying to devour me. That was your attempt to clash with me. I almost considered tossing you into a volcano dozens of times. You think it's easy to wield someone as charming as me? So, what then? When I found you, it was during the height of the war with the demon race. On the edge of life and death, I tamed you. Thanks to your frisky behavior, I was able to adapt more quickly, although, in truth, if I were to count the number of demons Serum slew, it would easily reach hundreds of thousands. In a sense, their sacrifice was to prevent me from being consumed by her. Now, you should know, it was you and me that drove the Demon King to his death, though in the end, it was the holy sword that took his head. Why did you let it be taken away? That doesn't make sense. Why didn't you? It wasn't taken. I just simply handed it over. At that time, I thought that was the right thing to do. Looking back, it was a foolish move that made me wonder why I had done it.
Est impossible.
The one thing I hate the most is being deprived of my prey. And you allowed that? Me? Allowed or otherwise, there was nothing to it. As you vanished along with the Demon King's death sword in an act of mutual destruction. What? The outcry made me naturally cover my ears, though it was completely inaudible to the knights outside. What kind of nonsense is that? Why would I disappear? At the time, the Demon King was dubbed the Death Sword, a vile weapon, drawing souls and remnants of consciousness from humans and demons killed in war. He augmented his own power. And since Askell had yet to fully unlock the power of the Holy Sword, he could not match him. In the end, I was the one who fought against him from start to finish. Serum insisted that she would take him with her, even at the cost of her life, directly confronting the souls of the Death Sword. Ultimately, she succeeded in having the power of the Death Sword. The resolute will to kill him, even sacrificing her own identity, achieved this result. Though we successfully killed the Demon King, I had lost the best companion one could encounter in life, so I could not call it a victory. Hearing the full story, Serum made a complicated and subtle expression. Well, it's not like I lost, right? That's correct. In the end, the Demon King died, and the Death Sword was destroyed. Then it's settled. Knowing my nature, a loss would be unacceptable. But remember, if a similar situation arises, never sacrifice me again. I too cannot allow my prey to be taken by another. There was genuine anger in her eyes. Oh, I wouldn't have expected such a sentiment from someone so eager to devour me. Don't be mistaken. I simply dislike seeing my prey taken by others. As if she needed assurance. Well, I didn't wish for her to be sacrificed again either. Even if the Demon King himself stood before me now, that wouldn't happen again. Careful with your words. What would you do if that so-called Demon King actually appeared? Guess what? Wouldn't that be interesting in its own right? Seeing my carelessly smiling face, Serum shook her head. But as it goes, one must be careful with their words, as an uttered thought can take root and bear fruit. Unfortunately, at that moment, I had briefly forgotten that important tenet.
12.
The sun was at the edge of the east, and the sky was deeply crimson, reminiscent of an evening dyed with sunset, but surprisingly, it was morning. It was a stark contrast to the blue sky of the continent. A dry wind blew over the sheer cliffs, and below was the sight of the valley of Limia, brimming with a murderous aura. To think I would come back to this place again. This scent rich in blood. I feel most refreshed for the first time since I've awoken. Serum was already intoxicated with the energy, twisting and turning her body with excitement. Hey, Master, when are we going to hunt the demonic beasts? Let's go quickly. I can hardly wait. She was now going as far as to place her face over my head in an odd display of physical affection. A cold sweat ran down my face, and my fists clenched involuntarily. Ah, truth be told, I wanted to press her down right then and there. How do you feel about being at the front lines, Sion? Sa, it's much quieter than I thought. Is the Valley of Limia always like this? We may seem calm for now. However, this place is dangerous. You never know when or where the shadow of death might strike. Therefore, you must always be on your guard. Furthermore, the Duke was explaining various things, but I couldn't hear a thing. My mind was entirely filled with thoughts on how to deal with this perverted magic sword. Why do you look so glum? Don't tell me it's because of me? Of course, it's because of you. This perverted demonic sword. She knew and still acted this way. Currently, dozens of guardian knights, including the Duke, stationed around me. While there were over 100 pairs of eyes all around, only I could see her. Knowing I couldn't rashly act, she was satisfying her urges that she hadn't been able to fulfill until now. I was suppressing the urge to flick my finger and gather energy several times over. Thus, even if you face a crisis, don't expect someone else's help. You must take care of your own life. And I will do the same. I'll keep that in mind, Father. Those words were a lie. If a battle with demonic beasts began, Father would be the first to protect me. I'd come to the front lines as I wished, but there were still many prying eyes. In other words, my range of actions was extremely limited. However, this was an entirely expected situation. After all, an exceptional assassin should move secretly and with great sublimity to avoid detection by anyone. Considering who I am now, after touring the camp with the Duke, I headed to the private camp that had been set up for me. In such a tension-filled place, there was no sight of luxurious homes. There were safe houses for high-ranking visitors, but I did not want them. Still, my father showed some consideration and gave me a one-person campaign tent. Of course, I wasn't alone. As I pulled back the tent, I saw a woman perched on the bed, wrapped tightly under the blankets. It was Emily, my only personal maid. "Oh, have you arrived, young master?" She poked her head out upon confirming my arrival. "Why did you even bring that girl?" Serum asked gruffly as she followed me inside. I ignored her question and approached Emily. "Why are you wrapped in blankets if you're not ill?" You really have a strong heart, young master. Even so, this is the front line. Demons might appear from anywhere to eat us." She buried herself deeper into the bed, wrapping herself up completely. Despite the humorous sight, I couldn't help but feel pity for her. Really, what's this girl good for as a maid? Or did you bring her for a different reason? At least it's not the purpose you're thinking of. Oh? And what do you think I thought? Serum laughed smugly while patting my back. In truth, Emily's presence here wasn't her own choice. The Duke could easily provide a dozen men for the menial tasks. She was purely brought along at my request to my father. "What did you say, young master?" "Nothing. Are you going to stay wrapped up like that?" "I guess I will for a while. Even if I am the irreplaceable maid of the young master, can I serve you well even here?" Of course, I didn't bring her here with a cheesy purpose like the cliché, "You're my only servant," typically found in third-rate novels. My reason for bringing her was clearly different. "Do you want to go back now?" "Really?" "Yeah. It seems like it was my selfishness that brought you here. I guess I was just being reckless, not considering you're not a child. Young master, you're really like a child. I released my clenched fist with a generous heart. If you want, I'll talk to the knights and send you back immediately. I can take care of the trivial chores myself. As the atmosphere turned serious, Emily seemed to contemplate her options. What? If it's like that, why did you really bring her? Serum asked, unable to comprehend. But that was fine. After my affirmation, Emily would never turn back. Did you want me to come here, young master? Of course. With my instantaneous reply, Emily's stiff expression began to relax. You're right. I can't do without you, young master. It's scary, but I'll try my best to stay. Are you sure? Don't overdo it. If demons attack, I'm expecting you to protect me, young master. Do you understand? A hollow laugh escaped me. To think that she, much older than I am, was asking a mere child to protect her. Although she was clueless, odd, and terrible at cooking, I didn't dislike her at all. She was a truly enigmatic maid. I reached out and patted her slightly protruding head. Don't worry. The demons won't even dare to come close to this place. As long as I'm here, you'll be safe, Emily. Was she touched by that display of being masterly? Emily gazed quietly at me. Perhaps the demons are just scared to be confronted by the Knight Commander Yulkin rather than Master. Should I just kick her out? Clang, clang, clang. A resonant bell echoed throughout the entire camp. Simultaneously, a yellow glow rose from the northwest sky of the camp, signaling the appearance of intermediate demonic creatures. Immediately, all the nearby knights headed in that direction. Kawa. Monstrous beings wielding giant battle axes roared ferociously. The ogres, carnivorous demons that devoured anything in their path, displayed no discrimination in their attacks. Although they seemed foolish and sluggish, their grip could crush bones instantly if caught. The reason they invaded this area was simple. They were hungry. Like any living creature, they needed to eat, and to eat, they had to find food. However, they had underestimated the fact that this place was where the strongest knights of the human realm gathered. Establish defenses immediately and proceed with the extermination operation. Spare none of them, commanded the Duke, and immediately magic knights in white robes released their mana. May the judgment of light redeem the wicked. Zing. With a burst of magic, a radiant magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the ogres. Shortly after, white chains emerged, pulling them down. Thud. Some of the ogres, unable to withstand the force, collapsed. The spell, Restraint of Salvation, was a superior combat magic that only advanced-level mages with an affinity for light could use. Some ogres couldn't even open their eyes, and they fell like dominoes as the chains pulled them down. Taking advantage of this, the remaining knights soared into the sky. Splat! In a dance of swordsmanship above, the ogres were mercilessly slashed by the knights. While their skin was tougher than most metals, it couldn't withstand the attacks of high-level knights. Thud. The last one, enduring until the end, also succumbed with its throat slashed. Confirming the total annihilation, the Duke gave another command. Check for any abnormalities, then incinerate everything. Afterwards, return quickly to your original positions. The knights efficiently organized the situation without any confusion. Observing all these scenes closely, the Duke and I made eye contact. He smiled faintly at me. I, in response, nodded without any particular reaction. It had been a month since I arrived at the front lines. In such a situation, battles like this had become routine in this frontline area. 3 to 4 battles with intermediate-level demons occurred daily. Most of them were promptly exterminated under Duke Vert's command. Although it seemed easy on the surface, it reflected the well-established response manuals for each type of demon that emerged. Naturally, I had no intention of participating in these battles. Not only did I not have any intention, but if I were to draw my sword, the knights would immediately intervene. My position was always in the safest rear, far from the front lines. As a 10-year-old boy, it would be madness to go out and fight with a sword. Before long, the sun set in the western sky, and darkness enveloped the front lines. The night at the front line, like the continent, had a pitch-black sky. This meant that my main activity time was approaching. "Are you going out for training again tonight?" Emily asked as she observed me preparing something. Of course. Consistency is crucial in training. If the Duke knew, he would be very impressed. But do you really need to hide like this? Enough. Just do it as usual. I'm going to sleep now. On the bed were devices precisely the same size as my body, covered with a white gown. Despite the crude disguise, it looked reasonably convincing as long as you didn't get too close. After preparing, I walked out of the barracks. Avoiding the eyes of patrolling knights, I leaped into the forest behind the camp. Passing through dense bushes, a precipice appeared soon where nothing could be seen a step ahead. The height was steep enough that a misstep could lead to a fatal fall. From below, a threatening aura warned against jumping. It was a forbidding presence, as if saying never to leap down. Without a moment's hesitation, I threw my body down below. 13. As I plummeted, I spread my arms and legs into a large cross shape. Dark mist third form, mist gliding. At the chant, black mist erupted from within my body. The mist swiftly enveloped me, and soon enough, the speed of my fall began to decrease. My descending figure resembled a gliding flying squirrel. Below the cliff was a dense thicket, crowded with large trees. When I carefully set my feet on the ground, the mist around me dissipated almost instantly. Grrrr. Despite not even making it into the valley yet, the howling of hounds echoed from the depths of the forest. As I casually looked up, I found myself facing several drooling hellhounds. Well, if I think of them as mere appetizers, it's not so bad. Swish. Seamlessly, I drew my sword. When the hellhounds saw it, they stepped back. Just sensing the aura of the sword, they felt pressured. But reasoning was momentarily lost on these mindless creatures. The previously ferocious barking beasts eventually charged at me all at once. Gore! Screech. My sword traced a semicircle, like drawing a parabola. The head of a hellhound tumbled to the ground, and dark red blood gushed from the severed neck. I dispassionately selected one suitable head from amongst the torn bodies and picked it up. Gulp, gulp. The demon's blood flowed down my throat. Huff. The taste aside, the rising stench was revolting. However, I was long since accustomed to it and didn't mind much. Still, were anyone to witness me now, they'd hardly think of me as a human. This was a spectacle where being mistaken for a demon and slain would hardly be surprising. Thump. After a sufficient meal, I cast aside the creature's head without a second thought. No need to wring out every last drop. After all, these creatures wouldn't run out of seed just because I took one bite. Huff! Heat surged throughout my body, and my blood seemed to boil. This was proof the demon's blood was properly absorbed. With each passing day, I could feel changes occurring in my body. Still, it was necessary to thoroughly dispose of the garbage. One by one, after ensuring their use, I gathered the hellhound corpses into one place. Whoosh! A small spark fell from my fingertip, and soon the bodies were ablaze. It is a must to incinerate the bodies of demons if one isn't planning to revisit the area. Otherwise, as they decay, they release an unbearable stench, contaminating the surroundings. That putrid smell was incomparably worse than any normal rotting animal. So much so that even the Imperial Army would always burn the bodies after battling the demons. I stared blankly at the burning corpses. This has been a monthly routine now. Every night, unknown to everyone else, I hunted demons alone. Since the knights on the front didn't stick together openly, it was relatively simple to act if I wasn't caught. But since they checked on my well-being periodically, I used Emily as a precaution. I left covertly under the guise of nighttime exercises, while she would create a ruse such as young Master Sion is currently sleeping. The knight's encampment on the hill overlooked Limia Valley, so a slight change in direction and a jump down would lead straight to the demon's territory. Of course, no idiots would actually jump down there. But ironically, through this method, I've been training my body day after day. Hey, Master, isn't it about time you graduate from these mongrels? Out of the smoke, Serum materialized, looking as though the concept fascinated her. Just looking at the blood you've consumed, you could fill a bathtub by now, right? Surely, you won't keep hunting such trivial creatures? Indeed, during the past month, the demons I hunted included hellhounds, ogres, and harpies. None but mid to low-tier creatures. Honestly, it's absurd to think I could regain the power of my prime in just 30 days. If I recklessly went after higher-tier demons and got into trouble, who would I blame? It's never bad to be careful, but I couldn't just keep squabbling with minnows forever. My body had changed considerably since arriving at the front lines. I should be able to wield high-level magic and secret techniques that had gone unused until now. Yeah, it's about time to move deeper inside, right? Then let's hurry and hunt some proper prey. But not today. Why not? She countered my abrupt rejection with a shriek. It's just not a good day today. Tomorrow, the Imperial family is making their rounds. Making their rounds? As I'd mentioned several times, Belias is the only frontline battlefield across the continent. The state wouldn't leave such a volatile and unpredictable place unattended. At least once every 6 months, the Emperor himself visits to inspect the overall situation. Although, even these visits had significantly decreased since Duke Vert took command. The obtuse central nobility had long since voiced the ridiculous opinion that support for the front lines should be cut back. Still, the current emperor is a wise ruler. He deems minimizing future damages more important than chasing immediate benefits. That's why a balanced symbiosis between the front lines and the central government is maintained. Of course, that's only until the living emperor remains. In a few years, when the current emperor passes away, the empire is likely to descend into chaos. Anyway, considering the big event of the emperor's visit, it's best not to act rashly. At least for today. I plan to proceed as usual. Oh, come on. Usually, you act so confident, as if you could even strike down a demon king. But you're afraid to move because of the emperor? Think of it as avoiding a headache. I do want to live this life comfortably, after all. Why would you bother seeking me out if you want to live comfortably? She does have a point. I contradicted myself, but, well, it is what it is. Pacifying serum, I moved into Limia Valley, a wasteland where not a single ray of moonlight reached. So dark, you couldn't see anything around you.
Ding.
Activating mana at my fingertips, I touched my eyes with it. As I gently closed and opened my eyes, the once pitch blackness gave way to clarity. A first-class magic, dark adaptation. It shortened the time needed for the eyes to adjust to the dark, securing visibility briefly in darkness. Although a very basic spell for first tier, without the corresponding attribute, even 8th tier mages would struggle to perform it due to its innate nature. Naturally, with compatible attributes, I could use it freely, but compared to other elemental magic, it's nothing to boast about. In any case, darkness is regarded pejoratively by the Imperial Magic Council. We're often treated shoddily. But power depends on how it's wielded, and here I am, making impressive use of it in such a situation. How amusing. Kikikik. The moment my view cleared, I was face to face with dozens of glowing red eyes. Normally, I would wander to find them myself, but today they came to greet me in groups. While relieving the effort is welcome, encountering different demons at the valley's entrance this way is extremely unusual. Something feels off. Serum, watching the demons closely, rested her chin on her hand, seemingly puzzled. They seem frightened. Frightened, you say? What I saw were hellhounds, the giant praying mantis-esque demon canyon mantis, and underdeveloped small ogres. Normally, they would attack upon sight, but unusually, they seemed hesitant. It didn't seem likely to be because of serum. Their trepidation was seriously visible. It felt as if they were fleeing from something and happened upon me unexpectedly. Suddenly, a potent killing intent emerged from the silent earth. Sensing danger, I swiftly launched myself into the air. Crash! As I rose, giant teeth sprouted from the ground. The demons that were too slow to escape were swallowed up without a chance to react. If I'd been a moment later, I could have been among them. Quack! Screams echoed from within the gnashing teeth. If what I'm seeing is correct, I know the identity of these horrendous teeth. Worm, isn't it? Serum, who had also leaped up, gazed down at the creature with interest. Meanwhile, a cold sweat trickled down my cheek. The death worm, a high-ranking predator ruling Limia Valley. Why was a creature that should dwell in the valley's deep shadows here? A long spine emerged from the ground, pointed sharply at me, as if to say it was a shame it missed catching me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Under the full moon, a vast plain unfolded across the field. Despite the late hour, carriages moved diligently along the landscape. Dozens of guards, armed with various weapons, formed a tight perimeter around the carriage, making penetration nearly impossible. A young lady sat demurely inside the carriage and suddenly looked out the window. Nothing but silence was visible beyond their convoy, like looking into a mirror. "Your Highness, perhaps you should rest?" A lady in waiting seated across asked with concern.
Ah, infine.
I didn't come here to idly sleep away the time. The response was brisk, causing the woman to apologize silently. Pinned to the girl's body was a red brooch, emblematic of the imperial family. Me, might it not be better to reconsider? Maybe going as far as Belly is, but is it really necessary to approach the dangerous front lines? I am the imperial princess of this empire. Just like His Majesty, my father, I go to fulfill my duties as a member of the imperial family. If you speak such nonsense again, I shall truly become angry. Do you understand? Her eyes blazed with conviction, and the lady-in-waiting bowed deeply in apology. Ah! The princess sighed and gazed out the window once more. The carriage's atmosphere became especially tense. Desperate for a change of subject, the lady-in-waiting pondered and then spoke up. Oh, by the way, I overheard from the royal guards that there's another young man of your age present at the battlefront. A young man? Interest sparked in the princess as she shifted her focus. Yes, the son of Dukevert, I believe. Intriguingly, like you, he expressed a wish to go to the front and volunteered himself. Hearing this, the princess appeared puzzled. The Dukevert allowed this? Initially, he opposed it, but they say a parent can't defeat a child's will, so the Duke gave him a trial after realizing he couldn't dissuade him. Having passed the trial and earned acceptance, his wish for frontline service was granted. A trial? The dry tone in her eyes was now replaced by curiosity. It's irrelevant to me. I don't mean to compare. Besides, I'm sure that youngster has his own reasons for wanting to go. Still, isn't he remarkable? It's almost as if he's like you, Your Highness. You directly approached His Majesty and... That's enough. Let's stop this conversation. I'm tired now. Wake me when we arrive. Of course, Your Highness. The princess promptly fell asleep, closing off the dialogue. Though the lady-in-waiting meant to stay quiet, a question followed from the princess. The boy, what's his name? Surprised, the lady-in-waiting hesitated before replying. Ah, that is well.
Si, Sian.
Sionvert. I think that was his name.
Sionvert.
Could it be a sense of empathy she felt for him? His name was strangely easy to remember, echoing repeatedly in her mind. Realizing it was futile, she closed her eyes once more. Not long after, the princess drifted into a deep sleep. 14. Kiek. With a bizarre cry, the death worm retreated back into the ground. It wasn't because it had become satiated and returned out of contentment. Vibrations continued to be felt below the surface. The death worm circled around me as if drawing a circle. It was waiting for the perfect angle to capture me once again. Being flustered was already enough the first time. I had no intention of being easily caught, nor did I plan to show any vulnerability. The speed of the creature, chillingly striking from behind, rose intensely. The moment I sensed its direction, I quickly spun my body and leapt high into the air.
Bang!
The gaping maw of the death worm burst up from the ground. Inside it, numerous projections resembling tongues writhed grotesquely. Ugh, it's even more revolting than I remember. If I kept looking, I'd feel nauseated. It looked like it needed a bit of trimming. Swack. I adjusted my grip on the sword and delivered 2 slashes while airborne. The crossed paths of my swordplay materialized as sword energy and plunged into the creature's open mouth. Queek! The death worm's tongue was helplessly severed, unable to avoid the strike. It writhed in pain and soon retreated back into the ground. The ongoing vibrations suggested it had not fled. Having encountered it is one thing, but why did it appear here? This place is still near the entrance of Lamia Valley, close to the stronghold of the knights. It's strange to see a beast that dislikes sunlight and refuses to move in the shadow present here. Do you know you're the reason it's here? Serum pointedly indicated it was because of me. Unsure of the reason, I immediately turned to her and asked, "Why? What have I done?" "Done? Have you forgotten about the blood of all the creatures you've been sucking around here? That worm has a knack for smelling things from miles away." "Smells? Out of nowhere? Is she implying I smell like roasting meat or something? That clueless expression on your face. Shall I describe your current state? You're like a special treat, a mix of vile demon blood and pure human blood. A delicacy that can't be found anywhere else, shall we say?" I quickly snapped out of my momentary stupor and organized my thoughts. By consuming the blood of demons, I've turned into a well-mixed specialty for them. In other words, the more I take their blood, the more I evolve into a better prey for them. Are you saying it came all the way here to eat me? Not only that, but before long, you can expect the most notable demons from the demon world to rush in on you. Why? Wouldn't it be nice to save you the trouble of going out to find them? She was smirking as if this was a good thing. Thinking back on my past life, it seemed eating the flesh of demons indeed made them more drawn to me. Just as it isn't strange for beasts to hunt each other, demons also see each other as mere prey. Having recently consumed the blood of demons, their essence spread throughout my body, and it seems I was recognized as their prey as well. It's no wonder the hellhounds were acting strange. You've managed to stay silent about this until now. Why should I matter? After all, if she was kind enough to inform me, then she wouldn't be my beloved sword. Kugugugung. The movement of the deathworm continued. I had no choice but to kill the creature here, as running away would only lead it straight to the encampment. Let's make it easy, master. You know your swordplay won't work on that thing, right? She was tempting me. The epidermis of demons typically has the toughness of metal. I could pierce through mid-level demons like ogres with sheer strength, but high-ranking demons like worms are impervious to human attack. Though their tentacles could be easily sliced, I would have to encase my sword in sufficient mana to penetrate their exterior body. The problem is that the required level of power has to be at least at the level of 7 stars. Not that I'm saying I can't do it. After all, I possess a divine demonic sword unlike any other in the world. Honestly, I don't want to, but I'll go along with you this time since I'm cornered. Ew, cooler than I thought? Right. A man needs to be decisive so that a woman will follow easily. If you can't even understand that, the reason I first summoned Serum was simple. It was to use her power. But until now, I hadn't been properly using her strength as a demonic sword. Not that I was incapable. Swordplay? Magic? The occasional secret techniques? Honestly, even a twig could accomplish the same tasks. A mere swing, and those worthless creatures would die in an instant. Hence, Serum too must have been unsatisfied. No matter how much I loathed the twisted demonic sword, Serum was undoubtedly a divine weapon beyond human comprehension. Why else would they call it divine? Because it represents a difference that humans cannot possibly breach. A boundary so vast that a human, even with a scant 100 years of life, could not reach in a lifetime. This demonic sword could cross that boundary of humanity. Of course, there are conditions and costs attached. Dark Mist ninth form, manifestation of the demonic sword. With the spell, Serum, who had been smiling, dissipated into a form of mist. Her physical form quickly faded and was soon absorbed into my body. Phew! How long has it been since I felt this? How does it feel, Master? Serum disappeared, but her voice rang clearly in my head. My heartbeat quickened, my blood flow hastened, and heat surged throughout my body. How does it feel? It feels so good I could die.
Démonique sword manifestation.
By handing over my body to her, I had drawn out Serum's true power. Now, my body was overrun by her spirit. A moment's carelessness could result in my consciousness being seized by this perverted demonic sword. Don't overdo it, Master. Let it all go and relax. Did you think I wouldn't know your scheme? If I let my guard down even a little, she would immediately replace my soul. Just to deal with a demon, I'm resorting to quite the extremes. Sigh. Looking up at the sky, I let out a long sigh. But not everything was bleak. Overwhelming fury surged within, a feeling I hadn't experienced in a long time. At this moment, not even a god in my presence could invoke fear. Yes, with the power of these exalted beings, it should be like this. Let's have a bit of fun, Serum. Serum's excited battle cry resonated hotly in my mind. Ku-gu-gung. The sound of the death worm moving drew near once again. Unlike before, when I was on high alert, I now felt an infinite ease. As the worm approached, my pose remained still, exactly 10 meters below my feet. The death worm's wide-open mouth shot upwards in pursuit. When was it? It brings to mind something someone said in a fleeting moment of life. If you feel so futile that you want to die, pluck a single flower and reflect on your life. Every petal you remove, think of it as casting aside worries and concerns attached to you, until nothing else remains but a barren stem. Even if it appears desolate, there's no need to look beautiful carrying all your worries just for the sake of appearances. And once you let go of all negative feelings associated with those petals, only a complete and hopeful self remains. Do you think it's all nonsense? Those lofty words can inspire someone profoundly. That's right, that memory led me to create one of my secret techniques. I discard all the trivial matters of the world, remaining a lonely, upright stem. Mist sword, 8 fluttering petals. As I executed the sword technique, darkness surged from Serum. The sword lifted slowly, but at an incredibly rapid pace to the rest of the world, made a total of 8 cuts, cleaving through space and lingering.
Bang!
Finally, the death worm emerged from the ground. But it was met not by my physical form, but by the 8 lines of swordplay suspended in the air. Crackling. The flesh of the death worm split like an apple as it came into contact with the sword lines. No matter how hard its skin was, even harder than top-grade steel, it couldn't withstand the might of the supreme demonic sword, cut precisely into 8 pieces. Like petals scattered by the wind, the death worm's body fluttered in 8 different directions. Plop, plop. With the petals gone, a red downpour followed. A beautiful sight that stained the dark night sky vividly. The blood within my body boiled like an ocean torrent. While I longed to indulge in this sensation for much longer, regrettably, it seemed I didn't have the luxury of time. In the distance, I heard the urgent footsteps of the knights.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
Thump, thump. A loud, unidentifiable noise was heard not too far away. From the direction, it was near the entrance of Lamia Valley. The knights immediately headed towards the location upon realizing the situation. The closer they got, the clearer the vibration and its growing effect could be felt. Some of the higher-ranking knights could guess the identity of the demon based solely on the vibration's impact. Of course, they would need to see it with their own eyes to confirm, but at least they could be sure of one thing. It wasn't a demon of mid or low level. Moreover, there was a smell that seemed like something had been burnt, similar to the odor produced when burning creatures from the demon world. But it wasn't a pressing concern now, as most sensed it but moved on. The forest path ended, and a barren valley appeared. Not a glimmer of light entered the dark cavity, yet the strewn bodies of demons and the blood marks were clearly visible. The knights could not hide their shock. The demon corpses were slaughtered so gruesomely that it was hard to believe it was the work of humans. Had they fought among themselves? That suspicion was brief, as the form of an unknown figure flickered before the knights. It wasn't far, but the dim visibility made clear identification impossible. Then, one of the knights cast a spell. Light of guidance. The valley, once shrouded in darkness, lit up brightly. The ambiguous figure began to take shape, but there was nothing there to see. The surroundings were brilliantly lit up, but nobody could fully perceive the presence before them. The figure, enveloped in black mist, perfectly concealed itself, giving the knights a sense of unfamiliarity they had never encountered. An unsettling feeling made it nearly impossible to approach. As everyone hesitated, Duke Vert, informed of the situation, joined in later. The Duke's eyes were different from the knights. While the knights saw something new and foreign, the Duke Vert seemed to recognize something from an old memory, something he shouldn't have encountered again. Those beings that shouldn't exist, that defy the very nature of what it means to be human. Mist. The doubtful Duke shook his head to regain focus and looked straight ahead once more. However, the unidentifiable figure had already vanished from sight. 15. Morning dawned. The sky was a deep, blood-red hue, unusual for the early hours, yet there was no other term to describe it. Something felt off today, as if waking up with a hangover from the previous night's indulgences. Well, I did indeed have quite the evening. I checked the state of Kiram, which I had hidden under my pillow. He was fast asleep. It seems both he and I, after last night's tumult, managed to sleep with our legs stretched out in relief. I must have been out of my mind, to use demonic sword manifestation just to catch a mere demon beast, and even deployed the mist sword secret technique on top of that. It's fortunate I had consumed some of the mana from those beasts. A month earlier, my organs and blood vessels might have burst from exertion. I had completely succumbed to the temptation of the perverse demon sword. Murmurs and noise. Outside was noisy, probably due to last night's events. In my hasty retreat, I had discarded the death worm's carcass, unintentionally creating quite a mess. Ah, now that I think about it, what a waste. To have caught such a valuable high-class demon beast and not taste its blood even once. By now, it must have turned into indistinguishable ashes. Oh, are you awake, young master? Emily entered the tent, carrying a bundle of ingredients. Did you exercise a lot yesterday? You were sleeping soundly, almost snoring. Never mind that. It's quite loud outside. What happened? Emily, as if waiting for this, burst out with an exclamation. You wouldn't believe it. Last night, near the entrance to the Limia Valley, a corpse of a high-class demon beast was discovered. It's been quite a while since a high-class demon beast appeared near the garrison. So now all the knights are busy double-checking the defense installations. Anything else? What do you mean? Anything else, apart from the high-class demon beast? Caught off guard by my nonchalant demeanor, Emily stumbled over her words. Well, that is. I didn't hear anything else. Just the discovery of the high-class demon beast. So you're saying all you know is about the corpse of the high-class demon beast? Yes. All right then. It seems like that's the only news that had spread among the knights. Although some knights, including the Duke, had seen me, I managed to conceal my true appearance using the secret technique, dark mist first form, camouflage, so no one should know it was me. The issue was whether others who recognized the technique knew it was me. For now, I would have to wait and monitor the situation. Is young Master Sion here? It's Knight Yulkin. Yulkin's voice came from outside the tent. Come in. Yulkin entered, and by the sound of it, several other knights were with him. They're not here for regular inspection. Then what's the matter? What is it? The Duke commanded me to escort you to him. Would you accompany us? May I know the reason? It's regarding the visit from the royal family scheduled for the afternoon. His Grace seems to have matters to discuss with you regarding that. So it's about the Emperor's tour. Well, as his son, I suppose I have to play my part. Understood. I'll come now. After discreetly tucking Kiram under the pillow, I followed Yulkin out. The garrison was as big as a village, and the Duke's residence was located right at the center. It is a strategic position for rapid communication, and my father rarely leaves his quarters unless it is necessary. After passing through the rigidly guarded knights, I entered the tent where my father was working. He saw me and gestured for me to sit down. How is life on the front lines? Every day, I am learning much. I resolve to become someone useful to this place. Good. I'm proud that you are holding up better than expected. If you ever want to return, feel free to say so. I bowed slightly, showing gratitude towards his kindness. Of course, I had no intention of leaving early. At the very least, I plan to continue living on the front lines until I'm 11 years old and ready to enter the Royal Academy. Let's end this topic here. Do you know who will be visiting today? I've vaguely heard about the Emperor's and the royal family's visit being scheduled. Yes, the sovereign of the Great Ushif Empire, Emperor Dion, is scheduled to tour the front line today. Accordingly, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you today. A favor, you say? My father seemed more relaxed today, which was unusual for him. I had a rough idea what it might be. As his son, I should present myself well. I heard that I've become quite a celebrity among the nobility of the empire. They're talking about the fifth son of the Vert household, how he's already on the front lines and hunting down demon beasts with knights. Pointless rumors swirling among the nobility. Frankly, these talks aren't to my benefit. Isn't it obvious? In a world where nobles thrive on envy and jealousy, I'm just fodder for their gossip. The rumors about how the family will be inherited by a different child, or how a child of questionable lineage desperate to look good. Tiring to even think about. For my father, having no other sons around, I will be kept by his side today to assist with the Emperor's tour. Do you know about the Empire's fifth princess? Why is he bringing up the fifth princess out of the blue? The fifth princess, you mean? Speaking of the fifth princess of the Empire at this time, she's the ill-fated princess, isn't she? Her name was, if I remember correctly. Are you referring to Erin Severus, Your Grace? That's right. She's of the same age as you, the youngest in the royal family. She too will be joining the scheduled tour today. It's interesting but not concerning. Whether the emperor comes or his daughter, it's not my business. However, since the duke mentioned her without a reason, it meant something was off. I felt a premonition. Will you take care of young Aaron today? Pardon? Take care of what? Escort? Serve? To be honest, neither appeals to me. There's no need to be surprised. Just keep each other company and socialize. You will meet again when you enter the academy next year, won't you? It's beneficial to nurture a relationship with the royal family. It won't be for long, but I hope you two develop a good rapport. Even more bothersome, it's practically an escort service. Why should I play such a role for some arrogant young girl, especially the ill-fated princess? I could understand my father's intention for connecting with the royal family members, but choosing her as the contact was a mistake. Erin Severus is not someone I should get close to, but rather someone I must distance myself from. Currently, no one knows. That princess is destined to become a scapegoat in a few years during the Empire's civil war. Your Grace, I will try my best to fulfill your request, as inadequate as I may be. What use is it to lament a future only I know? For now, I'll just agree to do it. Thank you. We'll meet again when the royal family arrives. You may leave now. I bowed once more and turned around. Until I left the tent, my father watched my back with a scrutinizing gaze. It was as if he was comparing some unknown variable, with a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Indeed, should I say father? Everything and everyone is a suspect to him, even if it's his own son. I stepped outside with an inscrutable smile on my face.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The massive stone wall that borders Belias and the front lines. What seems to be simple rock is actually imbued with a high-level magic barrier. At the heart of it lies a single gate, the sole entry point to the front lines for the entire continent. Inside the gate, the Duke of Vert and several guardian knights were standing by. Their solemn expressions and strict postures were clear as they awaited the arrival of dignitaries. Woo-woo! His Majesty the Emperor arrives. With a resounding horn and a knight's shout, the group appeared. The Emperor of the Ushif Empire, Dion Severus, revealed his dignified presence. For an occasion such as this, he was armed and ready for immediate combat. As the Emperor dismounted at the gate, the waiting Duke Vert knelt on one knee. I am Willius Vert, Lord of Belias. It is an honor to see your Majesty. Always working hard, Willius. There's no need for formality between us. Regardless of their titles, the relation between the Emperor and the Duke was deep. Since their time at the Royal Academy, their friendship was well known, with the Emperor even openly declaring Duke Vert as the most trusted noble. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the Emperor's gaze turned to me. Ah, to think that such a bright sprout lies within this dark and despairing place. Recognizing he was referring to me, I composedly stepped forward and bowed. An honor to meet your Majesty. I am Sion Vert, youngest of the Duke Vert's household. The emperor seemed fascinated, as if admiring something extraordinary. The rumors hold true. Such a young lad enduring these harsh conditions. Your offspring truly are distinct, Willius. Your praise is too kind, Your Majesty. As a father, I am simply ashamed. I also have someone I wish to introduce to you. The emperor glanced back, and as expected, someone alighted from the carriage. A girl of similar age with deep silver hair and pale skin stepped out. No need for introductions. I knew who she was. This is the fifth princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus. It was the same Erin princess from before, scheduled to join us today. In my previous life, I couldn't care less about the emperor's visit as I was cooped up in the manor, but it was odd that she was here instead of the crown prince who usually would accompany. Had the entire royal family fallen ill? As I pondered carelessly, our eyes met. Why do people consider a child childish? It's because even with attempts to the contrary, their feelings are transparent. The same applies to a princess. Even in passing, I sensed her thoughts. Is she feeling envious of me? 16. Erin Severus, the fifth princess of the Ushif Empire. As the youngest and latest child of the emperor, she held a position that was practically unrelated to the throne. However, if she lived without greed and only within the power granted to her, it was a very good position to enjoy a long and comfortable life. Yet ironically, she did not desire such a life. As a member of the imperial family and a daughter of the emperor, she believed she must fulfill her responsibilities and duties. She was convinced that this was the reason for her birth. Nevertheless, not many looked favorably upon her attitude. Although it seems reasonable for a princess to be concerned about the welfare of her country, even such a minor interest could be uncomfortable for those around her. Some wondered if the fifth princess was interested in the throne, or if she was being incited by a faction of rebels. Though she might feel unjustly treated, the political arena created by the throne was inherently like this. Don't do anything, she had been told repeatedly, by the servants, by the surrounding nobles, even by the emperor himself. She was begged to live comfortably and not to do or pursue anything else. But why should that be? She simply wanted to help the world, not as an empress, but as a princess. Was it really fair to suppress all ambition and enjoy a life of ease just because she was the youngest? She hated it. She detested that notion profoundly. The life of a princess she sought after was not like that at all. She reasoned that people disregarded her because she was young. Therefore, she must not reveal any sign of her youth. It was she who had personally requested to accompany the emperor on the front lines. Although the emperor strongly opposed her decision, the young princess showed her stubborn will by even undergoing a hunger strike. It's not like you could starve to death the precious youngest daughter, whom even her father couldn't bear seeing in pain. Emperor Dion had no choice but to allow her to come along. She was a true princess of the empire. She must concern herself with the welfare of the nation, tend to her people, and contribute to the peace of the continent. In this sense, she felt that she had matured internally. Taking these steady steps and continually growing, she had no doubt that she would become a better princess. That is, until she came face to face with a man named Sion Vert. During her journey to Belias, she encountered the youngest of the Vert family, who had once been scorned as the incompetent one of his house, but had earned recognition from his lord through his growth and stern life on the front lines overrun with monstrous entities. Not something anyone could ignore. especially the princess who yearned for such recognition, particularly coming from the Duke Vert himself. She thought she might learn a lot from this man Sion, who seemed to be quite like her. Perhaps if she spent time with him, she might take away valuable lessons. Sion Vert of the Duke Vert family, at your service. That was her first impression of him from inside the carriage. Undoubtedly, he presented a composed and formidable demeanor even before the Emperor of the Empire. Princess Erin couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. At first glance, he was nothing but a 10-year-old boy. Yet whether it was his stalwart impression or his calm tone, he exuded an adult-like aura. Is this man really a peer of my age? An odd sense of alienation that seemed unapproachable to her, even in front of the emperor, even in the face of numerous nobles who were slandering her. She always tried to maintain her confidence, but this was different. Someone with seemingly the same conditions as herself, but with a very different demeanor. Upon meeting him face to face, indescribable emotions welled up within her. What kind of life had this young lord led to be showing such a disjointed presence for his age? And what made him so different from herself that they seemed worlds apart? Feelings of resentment and envy rose simultaneously. It was unfair. She tried every day to improve herself. Yet why did this man make her feel such profound despair just by being present? As a young child, not yet rid of her immaturity, she couldn't help but reveal her inner feelings. In contrast to the princess's flurry of emotions, Sion appeared indifferent and unaffected.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The emperor's tour proceeded more smoothly than expected. From the western desolate forest that bordered the demarcation line, to the eastern Red River flowing through the canyons and the arid cliffs. As if detecting the presence of nobility, the monstrous creatures did not appear. Emperor Dion, inexhaustible, and Duke Vert, pacing by his side, walking in step with the Emperor of the Empire. A privilege that would be condemned as disrespectful by others was permissible for Duke Vert. This showed just how much respect the Emperor had for the Duke. The bond between the two men was just that. Well, let's set aside the fact that they were originally like that. Exactly 5 steps behind the Emperor and the Duke, a procession of guardian knights follows to protect them. In the center, receiving protection, was Princess Erin. The princess seemed endlessly fascinated by the natural environment of the front lines, looking around curiously in every direction. Then suddenly she glanced back. Here she goes again. If she has a problem, why doesn't she speak up? Why keep frowning? Strictly speaking, I'm supposed to be escorting. From a step behind as per Duke's instructions. This princess, why does she keep looking at me with such a grim face every now and then? It's hard to feel good when someone looks at you as if you've eaten something disgusting. With so little goodwill to begin with, why is she behaving like this? Once this tour is over, our paths will hardly cross. I can only hope for this to be over soon. As the Emperor's tour continued, we arrived at the arid cliffs. Overlooking the expanse below, Emperor Dion took a deep breath. Whether at the palace or here, the air itself isn't much different. The statement was loaded with meaning. The political landscape of the palace is a battleground of constant strife. At least on the front lines, enemy distinction is clear. While at the palace, allies turn into foes on a daily basis. Although a weary life, it's none of my concern.
Excuse me.
Suddenly, a foreign voice called out to me. Princess Erin addressed me for the first time in 3 hours. She had an expression that indicated she wanted to ask me something. Why is that river so red? Her gaze fell on the river of red hues flowing through a secluded canyon. It's the Blood River. Blood River? The River of Blood. A tributary that flows through the Lemia Valley. The reason for the red water is nothing unusual. It's simply because the monsters bathe in it, splashing their bodily fluids around, resulting in that color. Upon hearing my explanation, the princess seemed quite surprised. So, all of that is the bodily fluids of monsters? Instead of answering, I simply nodded. It might appear beautifully crimson from afar. However, that river was not only a drinking source for monsters, but also a place where they wash themselves, so it's far from clean. If one were to approach it to dip in a toe, they'd become a meal for the monsters. That's why the knights of the front lines generally avoid getting too close. Intrigued, the princess continued to gaze along the water stream, looking beyond the invisible valley. What lies beyond that river? The demon world. Beyond the Blood River lays the demon world, inhabited by different races, not of this realm. A madman might consider venturing there. If one wished to reach the demon world without knowing the way, they could simply follow this river. Of course, I cannot guarantee they would arrive unharmed. Amazing! The kid is hopeless. While others would refuse to go near the cursed place, she looks upon it as if it were paradise. I wonder what kind of face she'll make when she finally encounters a real monster.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
With the sound of an explosion, a yellow glow burst into the western sky, signaling a monster's appearance in that direction. Guard the Emperor. All remaining knights follow me to that location. Duke Vert attempted to ensure the Emperor's safety first, but Emperor Dion was not interested in being protected. Such disappointing words, Willius. The Emperor already had his sword drawn. Your Majesty, however, do you think I came here just to sightsee? I've been bored stiff and need a good fight. I cannot take responsibility for that. Duke Vert sighed, resigned. Emperor Dion smiled in satisfaction, but then looked solemn as he commanded his knights. Emperor's soldiers are to follow Duke Vert's orders from now on. Concentrate on eliminating the monsters until the extermination command is given. The publicly known magical rank of Emperor Dion is up to 8 stars. He possessed enough magical power to stand with the greatest mages on the continent. Had he not become the emperor, he might have been the head of the Grand Mage Assembly. Such was the extent of his power. In truth, dealing with these mid-level monsters would have been over with a simple flick of his hand. Amidst all this, the command of the imperial troops was handed over to the Duke. Such heartbreaking friendship indeed. The knights moved in perfect coordination with the command. I too had to join the battle with them. Did demons just appear now? A very bewildered Princess Erin turned to me and asked. Unlike earlier, she was shaking noticeably. Your Highness should retreat to the rear with the Guardian Knights. Wait there, and the situation will be resolved shortly. What about you? I'm going to the site of the battle. Can you even fight those demons? I wanted to say of course, but I couldn't. Instead, I quietly responded to her. I've only been allowed to observe the fight so far. I'm going to do my job, so please, Your Highness, you should. I want to go too. What is this child talking about? I thought you said I'm just observing the battle? Then I should be allowed to go as well. The guardian knights around us looked equally flustered. This is the front line, Your Highness, not a playground. I know that. I just want to survey the field as a princess of the Empire. Regardless, it's dangerous. His Majesty the Emperor certainly wouldn't want. I can take care of myself. You're allowed. So why can't I go? Ah, my blood pressure's rising. This princess is more stubborn than she seems. I just want to knock her out and instruct the knights to take her away. But that would mean staring at prison bars, not the front line. No matter what anyone says, I'm going. Princess, please. Despite the knight's protestations, the princess rashly pushed forward. The guardian knights were at a loss. To be bound by a single princess in a situation like this really shows the incompetence of the imperial troops. A princess who can't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. How does she expect to survive? As I was shaking my head, I quietly approached her. Asterisk, click asterisk. I caught the princess's wrist in a flash, which no one else dared to touch. Your Highness, if you're going to act like a child, you might as well return home. What? If Your Highness's stubbornness is tying down dozens of feet here, let me remind you this is the front line, where a split second of poor judgment can have deadly consequences. Unless you plan to take responsibility yourself? Princess Erin was merely a burden for the knights, who were in dire need to focus on the battle. Even if she was too young to understand, she needed some realization of the truth. I just thought, if you can't be of help, the least you can do is not to hinder. Unable to say another word, the princess finally retreated to the rear with the knights. At least she didn't make a bigger scene. I then made my way to the site of the action. 17. The situation concluded relatively early. The demonic beast that appeared was the big snail, a giant snail-type mid-level beast that inhabited the desolate forest in the west. They secreted highly concentrated acidic fluids capable of melting and polluting skin upon contact. If left unattended, they could release a foul stench in the area, so early suppression was crucial. Under the command of Duke Vert, a purification operation was carried out, successfully eradicating the big snails and preventing the spread of contamination. The Imperial Army's support as additional forces made completion smoother. I'm not as agile as I used to be, Emperor Dion said with a down-to-earth smile as he sheathed his sword. We have subdued the demonic beasts, Your Majesty, so perhaps it's time for you to retreat to the rear now. I know that without your prodding. By the way, has the Imperial Princess evacuated safely? His concern for his daughter's safety came belatedly, but the knights informed him that she had safely made it to the rear. That's a relief. Let's go straight away then. While fire mages took care of the remains, the Emperor headed to the rear where the princess awaited. You've worked hard, father. Princess Erin was the first to run up and greet him as he arrived at the rear camp. Luckily, you're safe. Fortunately, it seemed she had waited quietly without issue. Their eyes met as the princess lifted her head. Her gaze was filled with even more intense contempt than before. Instead of camaraderie, animosity had only deepened. The course of events had moved contrary to her father's hope, but it was better this way rather than clinging to a rotten lifeline. As the commotion settled, the sun had shifted to the western edge of the horizon. Why don't you return to Belius? I have already sent a message to the estate managers to prepare for your restful stay. My father wanted to guide the emperor to a place of safety, but the emperor seemed unwilling, coincidentally. Is that really necessary? I've decided to spend the night here at this rear camp instead. But, Your Majesty, even though that may be, I don't particularly wish to enjoy luxurious treatment all the way out here. In an emergency, I should fight as a knight, should I not? Besides, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Though it was a camp near the border guard, it was unquestionably on the front lines. It was unprecedented and dangerous for the emperor to spend a night on the front. Yet, knowing the emperor had another purpose in mind, my father promptly ordered the preparation of royal lodgings. Princess Erin stood gazing blankly at the dwelling taking shape. Was the princess, too, going to stay here? Well, it wasn't my concern. Once the emperor's tour was over, there would be no need for us to remain. It might be best to end my encounters with the princess here. With no additional reports, I naturally returned to the camp with the other knights. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It's been a long time since we've shared a drink together, Willius. Drinking on the front lines was strictly prohibited and subject to harsh military law. Yet there are those above such laws. Though a glass of wine was poured, the Duke had yet to take a sip. Sion, was it? Your son. For such a young age, he's quite respectable. The Emperor's earnest praise elicited no reaction from the Duke. He has much to learn. I'm grateful for your kind view. Much to learn. The Emperor heartily emptied his glass and then asked with a significant smile, "Does the boy intend to follow the will of the house?" The Duke did not respond immediately. We shall wait and see. Even if he wishes it, it's not something that can be achieved through desire alone. The Emperor filled his glass with a carefree smile. Indeed, before being a guardian of the continent, aren't you someone's father? It would be strange if a parent didn't worry about their child. I'm the same. Silence fell briefly. The Emperor's somber look settled in, and the mood darkened naturally. After emptying another glass, the Emperor began the real conversation. Assassination events have occurred across the empire, targeting certain nobles. Pervasive and indiscriminate. Is there a common link? A link? Yes. Each assassinated noble was a corrupt official deep in sin. Their bodies were found gruesomely dismembered. Tisi. The Duke's eyes visibly wavered, able to infer the culprits from these two facts alone. Couldn't it be the followers of the Dark Mist? It's still conjecture, but the imperial court is nearly sure of their involvement. Who else but them would conceive such deeds? This was known as noble hunting. There was only one group willing to undertake such insane acts. Then we should soon form an investigative team to begin the pursuit, should we not? Pursuit? Well, yes, we must. They are causing chaos in the land, after all. However, the Emperor seemed more interested in something else. While rolling his glass, his complex feelings were apparent. How do you view the fifth princess's position? The mention was somewhat out of the blue. To be frank, doesn't she have no bearing on the throne? I understand she lacks supportive factions. To lack a supportive faction means she could be easily exploited anywhere. The Duke grasped the Emperor's implication immediately. Are there movements to link Princess Erin with those villains? The Emperor nodded without a word. This was the distant position from the throne. Yet, it was an ideal excuse for political manipulation. Presently, the Emperor was watching intently, or such a movement would be futile, but the fact that there was awareness showed how complex the Empire's situation was. Likely, if there was any actual action, it involved the forces of the current Queen's side, the Nephilis ducal house. What sin could the young girl have committed? Yet, as long as I'm here, there shouldn't be any significant problems. The emperor took another drink. The duke knew how much anxiety the emperor held for some potential. I have a request, not as an emperor but as a friend. Speak, your majesty. If, just if, I were to die before you, could you discreetly escort that child away? Let her live simply as an ordinary person, unrelated to the imperial household. The emperor, fearing the impending storm after his demise, thought it unlikely the young princess would survive it. He wished for her peaceful life as a father more than as an emperor. I shall heed the emperor's command. Without a moment's hesitation, the duke accepted his request. I'm such an inadequate emperor. If I had my way, those dark villains would kill every fool in the imperial court. The emperor revealed his intense inner thoughts, slightly drunk. The duke was forced to think as well. Why had they appeared at this period? Those not appointed by the gods among them. The god of the dark mist, air, and his followers, the mist, the continent's premier assassin guild. After a period of invisibility, their reappearance meant there was a reason. Whatever the reason, it would bring significant changes to the continent's precarious balance, though it would likely not be for the better. The mist. The duke gazed somberly into his wine. The enigmatic figure he had encountered in the valley the night before vividly haunted him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The sun was setting when dark clouds suddenly gathered. Patter, patter. Soon after, heavy rain began to pour from the black sky. Boom! Thunder rolled ominously. While most people would burrow under their blankets, my body was very twitchy. Just as rain brought out certain creatures from the earth, there were beasts that emerged only on rainy days here. Damp from rain-soaked earth, sticky beasts full of moisture would appear, and I couldn't resist tasting their blood. Despite their more repulsive appearance compared to other beasts, they had health benefits and should not be dismissed. I won't be too long since missing a day of exercise can disrupt the flow. Alone? I live with a maid. I see. Our conversation was repeatedly cut short by my indifferent one-word answers. As I did, the princess's gaze grew increasingly anxious, and the piercing look from Emily through the barrier's shadow grew sharper. I should apologize for what happened this afternoon. As a princess, I feel I presented such an unbecoming appearance. As you said, if I can't be of help, at least I shouldn't be a hindrance. There's no need for concern. I, too, apologize for any impolite remarks I may have made towards you, Your Highness. As I stood to bow, she awkwardly followed suit and then settled back into her seat. Well, so. The princess hesitated, unsure whether to speak or not. I decided to silently wait. Why did you come to the front lines? I wanted to gain a variety of experiences before enrolling in the academy. Weren't you scared? I am overcoming it. The tent grew quiet with a heavy silence. Unable to bear it any longer, I broke the silence. What do you wish to say? You didn't come to inquire about my personal matters, did you?
No.
I just wanted to ask you about yourself. That's why I came. Do you speak of inquiring about me? Our master is quite popular, isn't he? Serum, lying on the bed and watching closely, remarked sardonically.
Yes.
Ever since I first saw you at the defensive line, I felt you were very different. Unlike me, you seemed so mature. For someone who thinks so, You seem to view me quite unfavorably. Ah, for that I apologize. It seems my envious feelings were inadvertently showing. By now I had a good idea of why the princess had come. Personal consultation. The intent was for peers of the opposite sex to talk and get to know each other better. It was rather abrupt. Putting aside my own situation, the fact that she would seek out a conversation with a young man she just met today, late at night, was strange. Does the princess lack company to such a degree? Unfortunately, I don't believe there is anything I can share with your highness. I find it difficult to speak of my personal concerns, and I am not as mature as you may think. Even if I felt a moment of pity for her, I'm too busy dealing with my own life to have the luxury of counseling someone else's. If she cannot be of help, then even if she is of imperial blood, to me, she's no more significant than a pebble by the road. Sigh, what should we do with our naive master? Serum let out a weary, sarcastic response, and Emily's gaze felt even sharper, though I gave no sign of it. My business is mine alone, not theirs to concern. Why do you think that way? Her tone changed abruptly. Do you also despise me for being a mere shell of a princess? You misunderstand. No, I can tell by your tone. You want to end this conversation quickly and send me away. Even if I was wrong to come visit you so abruptly, to be honest, it feels quite unpleasant. Her gaze settled on me like a sharply honed blade. I see. From your perspective, I'm just someone who cannot be of any help. Why would you think that? I know best about myself. I've realized it through countless experiences since birth. No one ever tried to show their best side to me because I was a princess. I could only respond with silence. Because I am no different from those she's encountered, it was unnecessary to persist with excuses. With a sigh, the princess rose from her seat. Sorry to take your time. I thought at least we could talk, but I was mistaken. You're nothing like your brother, Asher. The what? For a moment, I doubted my ears. What did you just say? I said you seem totally different from Asher. Even if you're siblings, you wouldn't necessarily be alike. Why? Why is that bastard's name being mentioned by the princess? Unable to control my expression, the princess recoiled in surprise. Why do you look at me like that? Asher, how do you know my elder brother? I asked quietly, collecting my thoughts. Last year, during a visit to the Royal Academy, I happened to meet him. He's the eldest son of Duke Vert, who is acquainted with father. I was naturally introduced to him. The atmosphere turned heavy. My stomach churned, and it was hard to breathe. I had only heard a name, and yet my emotions surged uncontrollably. Calm down. What about when you actually confront him? If I don't get a grip now, I might really rip him to shreds on the spot. You must control yourself. Wouldn't it be pointless to give him such a trivial and uninteresting demise? My raging inner turmoil slowly calmed. Lifting my face quietly, I spoke again with a calm demeanor. Is that so? I am sorry I could not present myself in a manner befitting him. Right. You should try to be a bit more like him. After all, Asher sincerely advised me. Who would give advice? Are you saying my elder brother gave you sincere advice? That's right. Despite what others said, he told me not to waver and continue being a dignified and upright princess. He urged me to be a princess that could truly benefit the empire. I couldn't believe it. That supreme opportunist gave heartfelt advice? I know his true nature better than anyone. He was the sort of devil who showed absolutely no interest, either kind or malicious, in anyone he deemed of no significance to him. He only began to pay attention to me after my graduation from the academy. Back when I was deemed incompetent, we were practically strangers for all the attention he gave. For that man to offer advice to a princess, no, to a young princess? Among all the imperial family, the fifth princess had the most insignificant and frail power. She barely existed in the eyes of power holders, so much so that I would expect him to overlook her with nothing more than a formal greeting. Honestly, I wanted to believe it was a lie, but I couldn't see any sign of falsehood in the pure eyes of this naive princess. Taken aback by my unexpected silence, the princess wavered, unsure what to do. I'll repeat, that man never does anything without reason. If he offered heartfelt advice to the young princess, it was because he saw value in doing so. He would not have spoken such words simply to offer pleasant platitudes. And if it was a year ago, then it wouldn't have affected me at that time either. Which means this very encounter may as well have occurred in my past life. Become a princess of real value to the empire. What an unsuitable thing for him to gab about. The situation remains unchanged. The naive princess ultimately holds no value for me. After changing, I donned a black raincoat hanging on a pillar. Securing serum within my attire, I was about to leave the tent when, tread. Suddenly, unfamiliar footsteps approached. Given their direction and echo, they were clearly heading toward my tent. I focused on the leading footsteps. They were unfamiliar but recognizable from recent interaction. Demure yet assertive, noble rather than knight, child rather than adult, female rather than male. Only when those mysterious steps reached my tent did I identify them. The tent opened, and a red brooch symbolic of royal status was the first to catch my eye. Slowly lifting my head, I faced an unexpected night visitor. "Where are you off to?" It was Princess Erin, who should have been at the rear camp. "Who has come?" Startled by the sudden visitor, Emily peeked out. She wouldn't have recognized the princess's face, but upon seeing the brooch on her chest, her expression turned to utter shock.
Princess?
A cry somewhere between a scream and a cheer. To make matters worse, at my side, a black mist began to emerge. "Good morning, master." "She's got some nerve calling it morning." "Huh. Master, why are you so stiff?" Casually stretching, she poked at my motionless body. The moment she noticed the princess at the door, she clasped her mouth in an unexpected shock. "Master, do you fancy this kind of taste?" Ignoring the worthless chatter. "Sorry for coming suddenly. I was told I could find you here. Are you looking for me?" "Yes. If you're not too busy, can we talk?" Her request for a sudden conversation was somewhat baffling. Outside, she was escorted by several guards. This is suddenly attracting a lot of eyes. If I leave now to exercise, it'll only raise suspicions. It seems I'll have to postpone tonight's training. Please come in, princess. With a slightly reluctant face, I welcomed her. Emperor Dion Severus of the Yusuf Empire had 2 wives. The first was the former empress, now deceased, Diana Quizzle, and the second, the current empress and the actual power behind the empire, Cassandra Nephilis. From the former empress, a first prince and a second princess were born, and from the current empress, a third prince and a fourth prince. But what about the fifth princess? To the public, she was known to be born from a fallen duke's family. However, Amongst the nobles central to the court, there was no one who did not know that she was born of a concubine, even thought to be the daughter of some nameless commoner. Although the emperor personally took her in and named her a princess, compared to her 4 siblings, she could never receive the same treatment. One throne and the 4 children between it. As a base-born from a concubine, she could never earnestly partake in such ferocious battles. She was just a princess in name, an empty shell devoid of any real power. At a glimpse, she may seem powerless, but honestly, what could a woman all on her own accomplish? She was utterly unable to help herself and even failed to build the slightest support network to protect her. In the end, she was expelled from the palace due to a civil conflict and eventually passed away quietly from an illness without any significant resurgence. Such was the dismal past life of this princess. Truly an unfortunate princess. It was a fitting phrase, no matter who coined it. Though she may now live in peace with an innocent face, tears of blood will fall from those clear eyes in a few years. How long have you lived here? About a month. I promptly dispelled the anti-eavesdropping magic. Is it a beast attack? It seems so. We must head to the rear camp quickly. Boom! A signal indicating the emergence of magical beasts resounded. The sound was so close and so loud that people instinctively covered their ears. It sounded near the encampment. A tremendous beast's roar followed, sending powerful vibrations through the ground. 19. Report the situation. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Duke Vert rushed out of the tent. Guard Knight Yulkin immediately ran over to start reporting. Monsters have appeared near the camp. We estimate their numbers to be at least the size of 1 unit. Which monsters have appeared? Mostly mid to lower class monsters including slimes, swamp toads, and moss golems. But from the demonic energy we're sensing now, it seems likely. Looks like some higher class monsters have shown up as well. Following the Duke, Emperor Dion himself made an appearance. The Emperor had already completed his full armament, including his sword. Monsters have an incredible sense of smell. It seems they've detected the appearance of a truly special feast. The Emperor's face was slightly reddened, perhaps due to the influence of the alcohol. Do not overexert yourself, Your Majesty. We should evacuate outside the defense line immediately. The Duke urged caution, but the Emperor paid him no heed. Instead, he raised his hand high and cast a spell. May the brilliant light of guidance illuminate the darkness. A large sphere materialized over the Emperor's palm. The sphere soared into the sky and brightly lit up the area limited by the storm, making it easier for the knights to arm themselves. I'm still in good shape. A sense of leisure overflowed from the Emperor's face. Thump, thump. A mysterious vibration was felt from beneath the ground, reminiscent of the footsteps of a giant creature. Although it was said in jest, isn't it rare for monsters to come all the way to a human encampment? It's not just rare, it's almost unheard of. Monster subjugation usually took place near the entrance of the Limia Valley or within its surrounding areas. If they crossed the set boundary line, it was judged that they would impact human territories, and at that moment, a subjugation operation would commence. The place where the Duke and the Emperor stood now was a rear camp near the defense line. Though slightly distanced from the camp near the valley where monsters had emerged, it would be fair to say this was the first time monsters had directly infiltrated the human encampment. All troops, complete armaments, and head to the camp immediately. Non-combatant forces should evacuate outside the defense line quickly. At the Duke's command, the knights moved in unison. There was no time to waste in reaching the camp, which might already be engaged in combat. Above all, the Duke's son was still there. "Isn't your son over there?" Knowing this, the Emperor asked casually, but the Duke did not show it. One must be able to protect oneself. "What we must focus on right now is not my son but the monsters, Your Majesty." Impressed by the Duke's steadfast demeanor, the Emperor clicked his tongue. Truly a man of steel. Nevertheless, he also issued orders to the knights of the Imperial Army. "Hear me, Imperial Army. From this moment, join with the knights on the front line and begin the operation to subjugate the monsters. Show no mercy and leave not a single monster alive." The Emperor, too, had finished preparations to lead the soldiers in monster subjugation. "Right, I must see to the princess's evacuation. Your Imperial Majesty." A knight from the Imperial Army hurried over with an urgent expression. "What's the matter?" "I regret to report, Your Majesty, but the princess is currently at the camp." The Emperor's and the Duke's expressions changed dramatically. "What do you mean? Why is the princess there?" "It makes no difference whose hands she's in or how she's manipulated. But if Asher's the one pulling the strings, then that changes everything. Now that I'm aware, I'll delve into the minutest details and thoroughly ruin any plans he may have." Zing. After creating a mana sphere the size of a pea on my fingertip, I flicked it away. The sphere dispersed into dust, forming an invisible magical barrier around the princess and me. "What did you just do?" "Nothing important. Pay it no mind." I cast an anti-eavesdropping barrier to ensure our impending conversation remained unheard by anyone else. To those beyond the barrier, even the sound of an ant breathing would be inaudible. "So, a princess who benefits the empire?" "Yes, I don't want to live like a puppet. I want to help the nation and its people as a princess." Then I must boldly ask, "Does your Highness have any interest in the throne?" Stunned by the question, she recoiled. "What are you saying? The throne? I have no such ambition, so I will ask again. If you have no interest in the throne, how exactly do you plan to serve the nation and its people?" The princess's face flushed deeply with embarrassment. "I don't wish to be an empress. There's no chance. I know it's hard being young, but if I try, I'm sure, even as a princess, I can." How pitiful. "What? Do you not understand the reality of the empire? You intend to contribute as a princess? You think it'll be tough because you're young? Do you believe anything will change in 10, 20 years? With that attitude, you couldn't even save a beggar on the street." Doubt and trembling, her frail belief crumbled pitifully, knowing yet denying. Regardless, there was a need to thoroughly ensure she understood her circumstances. Whether woman or child, leniency would only be toxic. Firstly, it was necessary for the princess to deeply ingrain her position. Tiny dewdrops formed at the corners of her eyes. So what should I do? How should I live to be of help to the empire? Isn't it simple? Become the empress. She froze as if struck by petrification magic. These weren't empty words thrown about in jest. Where there's a will and power, anything is possible for humans. A beggar might one day draw the holy sword and become a hero, and an emperor who ruled the world might be overthrown by a revolution and become destitute. If she could become an empress, she would indeed be valuable to me, wouldn't she? Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a familiar sound filled the air. With 3 bell tolls, focus returned to the princess's eyes. Simultaneously, guards stationed outside the barriers rushed in. Your Highness, we must evacuate immediately. The princess should have been at the rear camp, and her sudden presence at the front was perplexing. Some 30 minutes ago, she left with her guard knights, saying she wanted to meet someone personally. It seemed she might have gone while your majesty was in conversation. The emperor was flabbergasted. Who would she meet in such a dangerous place? Quack! A chilling scream assaulted their ears, as if the monsters were warning them not to waste time with unnecessary discussions. Now was not the time to worry about his daughter's safety. The emperor quickly composed himself and issued an order to the knight. In the agony of his severed arm, Troll thrashed violently, to forget pain with more pain. Amidst the relentless downpour of the staff, the enchanting dance of the demonic sword continued.
20.
Thud. The face of the troll, with its limbs severed, crashed down onto the ground.
Ugh.
Although it was still breathing, it was as good as dead. I sat on the troll's head and cut through its neck. SSSSH. The troll's body slumped like a rag, and a viscous green liquid flowed down my blade. Despite the repulsive sight, I found myself absent-mindedly licking it off. Tui. Disgustingly bitter. They say medicine is bitter to the mouth, but isn't this a bit too much? An unnaturally sour smell filled my nostrils, with intermittent hints of pungency. Is that little taste enough for you? A man would lift the head up high and take a big gulp. The head was repulsive. I opted to slice the wrist instead, creating an apt hole. The blood of the troll trickled down from the sunken opening. I closed my eyes tightly and sucked the blood into my mouth. Glug glug. The sharp scent rising up my throat made my skin crawl. This was much more than I had anticipated. Is it edible? Surprised by the unexpectedly good taste, I sliced off the other arm of the troll in the same way. Questioning whether I had misjudged earlier, I took another sip. The taste was indeed intricate, far different from the blood of lower beasts. The troll's wrist withered away in no time. You might as well be a devil. The expression of disdain on Karam's face was quite a sight. It was my first time tasting the blood of a troll, but it seemed my taste buds were growing increasingly deranged. Enough of the blood. What remained was disposal. Patter, patter, patter. The damn rain shows no sign of stopping. In this weather, without a fire mage, it would be difficult to burn the troll's corpse. Why? Can't you just leave it and go? No need to leave such risks behind. No point in leaving a trail of trouble. While I was pondering a solution, roar. A familiar sound echoed in my ears, reminiscent of a powerful stream of water. It made me consider the vicinity. Why not just throw it in the water then? That was it. The blood river must be nearby. With the rain pouring for so long, the current would be fierce. Whether it settles on the riverbed or flows to the demon world, the raging current will take care of it. Resolved, I sliced the troll's corpse into pieces that were easier to carry. It'll be hard to carry it all in one trip. I'll have to make 2 or 3 trips. I slung the massive legs as thick as pillars over my shoulders. Just the legs alone were already taller than me. Combine the weight of the 2 legs, and it would be over 100 kilograms, but after consuming demon blood, this was nothing to me. Crash, crash. Following the sound for about 3 minutes, I arrived at a low cliff with a red river flowing below it. As expected, the water level had risen significantly due to the heavy rain. Without hesitation, I hurled the two legs down the cliff, and they were quickly swept away by the rapid current. You said it was good. Isn't it a waste to throw them out after just one taste? There's no way to keep it. What can I do? Once you taste it, that's the end. I regretted it, but there was no choice. One by one, I threw the remaining pieces into the blood river. A burning would have been just as effective at disposing of the body. Somehow, disposing of the body felt more troublesome than catching it. I took a seat on the cliff for a short rest. The monster was dealt with, leaving other thoughts to arise naturally. Karam asked with a smile as he noticed my somewhat absent-minded face. Are you thinking about that princess? Worrying, maybe? Not really. When you say you want to become emperor, and now you are indifferent, were you serious about what you said? Well, it wasn't an empty talk at least. I thought it was a much more valuable statement than to become a princess who can help the empire. Planning to be a kingmaker? Not at all. I merely set the direction. Everything else is up to that woman. Whether she becomes an empress who rules the empire or sits on the street as a beggar, it was up to her. However, now that I know Ash has taken an interest, I will have to keep an eye on her over the long term. Still, I don't believe she will repeat the fate of a tragic princess as long as I'm watching. Enough time has passed that the reinforcements should have joined by now. If I stay in the vicinity, I could naturally join them. As I was about to stand up and return to camp, an unfamiliar aura abruptly reached me, and my face instinctively turned in its direction. My eyes flickered open and met a cliff somewhat higher than where I stood. I felt like a starving predator abruptly turning toward the scent of prey. I saw it. In the swirling storm, a pair of brilliant purple, lustrous wings spread wide, with sharp claws and a tail thrusting up as if a blade had been plunged in. Unlike other beings that fed on the holy life force of the continent, it was a spiritual being that fed on the dark energy of the demon world. Hey, a dragon? It was the devil dragon, a rare behemoth-class monster of the demon world. Although it wasn't fully grown by its size, the overwhelming demonic energy it emitted left no doubt it was a devil dragon. Why was it a creature that lives in the deepest parts of the demon world, seen in the Ramia Valley? Had it been separated from its group? Even if it had, there was no reason to come this far. Did it come following my scent? It didn't seem particularly aggressive, though. My mind was cluttered with myriad thoughts. Calm down. There's no need to think too hard. I just needed to do what I could and should do now. The devil dragon. Although a growing specimen, it still was a behemoth-class monster. It would possess high-quality blood incomparable to that of superior monsters. In that case, why did you suddenly stop talking, my master? Karam tapped my still figure, which had become mute as if drugged with honey, but I didn't budge. After my thoughts had cleared, I grasped Karam and whispered softly, "Shadowless Technique Number 9. Manifestation of the Demonic Blade." Yeah? What's going on all of a sudden? Before he got flustered, Karam turned into mist and was absorbed into my body with no time to be astonished. Karam's shouts echoed, asking why, but I completely ignored him. There was only one thought in my mind. I have to catch no. I need to eat that dragon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Quack! The menacing troll charged forward without fear. It was met with the sacred light-filled blade of a guardian knight.
Visage.
With the light's power imbued in the strike, the troll collapsed weakly. The knights finished it off with a final blow, and the superior monster was dealt with easily. That's the fifth one. The hunt was going smoothly, but Duke Velt's face remained grim. 5 superior monsters encountered in a short period of time. It couldn't be a coincidence when these beings, who were usually seen maybe once a month, were encountered in such large numbers so quickly. We need to hurry, Willius. The Emperor, too, felt the urgency. As he thought of his daughter, who might be surrounded by monsters, there was no time for hesitation. He was just hoping she was safe when footsteps, not from the front but from a side path, approached hastily. It wasn't a single person but several. The knights, preparing to march forward, turned their attention, and beacon lights floating in the air revealed the owners of the footsteps. Aaron? Among the knights of the Imperial Army bearing the Empire's insignia was a young girl at their center. It was Princess Aaron, whom everyone believed to be at the camp. Your Majesty, we greet you. The knights recognized the Emperor and kneeled before him immediately. A maid, who had been hiding among them, now came into view. Why is father here? Although she asked herself, Princess Aaron soon realized the Emperor, her father, had come to this place because of her. As a princess and daughter, it was a grave fault to cause concern. I apologize, father. The princess knelt quickly and asked for forgiveness. It's all right, as long as you are safe. The Emperor consoled her, skipping any reprimands. As Emily stood awkwardly by, overwhelmed by the Emperor's presence, she could not help but feel an immense pressure. Unsure if it was rainwater or sweat pouring down her body, she tentatively tried to lift her head when, right in front of her, she came face to face with an unfamiliar person. Eek! It was none other than Duke Velt. Startled, Emily fell backward. Weren't you the maid with Sion? Yes, Duke. I am Emily, serving Master Sion. Having seen her frequently at the manor, the Duke surely recognized her face. Yet curiously, the maid's master was nowhere in sight. An overwhelming anxiety gripped the Duke, preventing him from continuing. We have to save him. The princess's desperate plea focused everyone's attention. Who are you talking about, my lady? Master Sion. He sent us to safety and then disappeared, saying he would distract the monsters on his own. We have to go help him right away. Tears or raindrops shimmered in the corners of her eyes. In her distress, she looked nothing like a princess but a scared young girl. Feeling shock and trepidation, Duke Velt's right hand shook uncontrollably. Taking over from the silent Duke, the Emperor asked, "Which way did he flee?" "We know the direction. If you command, we can go save that young master." The Guardian Knights who escorted the princess showed their determination to go back and rescue him. "What are we waiting for, Willius? Shouldn't we save your son?" The Duke remained silent. Unable to stand it longer, the Emperor was about to step in when the operation continues as planned. It was a small voice, clear enough for everyone to hear. Everyone, including the Emperor, was astonished at that moment. "Willius, are you serious? Right now, dozens of lives at the camp are on the brink. I can't deploy a large force to search for one uncertain individual, my own child. It's enough that he escorted the princess to safety. He's done his duty." Even the emperor couldn't object to the cold decision of this guardian of the continent. With the duke's unwavering resolve confirmed, the emperor turned his head. Move out. All troops continue the operation. The knights resumed the march towards the camp. As Erin watched the unfolding scene, she clasped her mouth in disbelief. Why? Why this? Her life was tossed aside for the mere reason of her being a princess. At that moment, there was nothing she could do to save him. Father, no matter how you think about it, this is wrong. We don't have time. We need to save him now. Erin pleaded earnestly, but the emperor coldly turned away from her. What are you doing? Take the princess away. What came back was an indifferent command. The harsh reality left her in despair. The incompetence of doing nothing. It seemed all too meaningless, to the point where she questioned her own existence. You wouldn't be able to save a beggar lying in the street in that state. A statement she couldn't counter, no matter how precisely it fit the situation. A princess unable to save anyone. That was the current reality of Erin Sibelius. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from somewhere. Not only the princess, but also the advancing knights bent down instinctively. Along with the wind, the rain intensified, and a daunting shadow suddenly cast over the dark sky. Erin slowly looked towards the direction the wind was coming from. A mysterious creature filled her sight. A noble figure with grand wings spread wide open, incomparable to ordinary monsters. As everyone gazed up at this entity, the princess suddenly noticed a figure hanging from the tip of its extended foot.
Xixian.
Her heart teetered between shock and relief.
21.
Dragons, offspring inheriting the blood of gods, and the beings closest to the Creator. They are noble creatures that are rarely seen in a lifetime, and a race that exudes an overwhelming presence that lowly creatures dare not approach. All eyes on the ground turned toward the sky. A violet dragon soaring gracefully through the stormy sky with its large wings fully spread. Its serpentine body was long enough to wrap around an entire tent, and its 4 limbs, each equipped with sharp talons, as if swords were embedded in them. A black horn grew on its forehead, sending a chilling sense of dread to those who saw it. Knights, including the emperor and even the duke who had seen many battles at the front, were speechless with their eyes wide open and mouths agape. Look here, Willius. No matter how I see it, that there can only be a dragon, right? Correct. It looks like a young one still growing, but there's no doubt it's a devil dragon. Are they seen often? How could that be? This is the first time I have personally faced one from inside the outpost. Though many demon beasts lived in the Ramia Gorge, there weren't any dragons among them. It was a rare occurrence for the shadow of a dragon, seen far in the demon realm skies, to cross over into the valley. The devil dragon was flying at low altitude, clearly observed, circling around without leaving the area. Keek! The dragon seemed to be in some distress, emitting pained groans, suggesting it was not in a normal state. As everyone puzzled over the situation, unable to move from their spots, the Princess Erin pointed in a direction with a surprisingly clear voice. Look over there. Everyone's gaze followed where her finger pointed, near the devil dragon's ankle. Soon enough, they spotted a familiar figure near the dragon's right ankle. Despite the limited visibility due to the storm, something resembling a small child was precariously hanging onto one of the dragon's feet. The Duke's focus sharpened when he realized that the one hanging was none other than his son.
Si, Xian.
That isn't that your son? When the other knights, including the Emperor, recognized the figure, their eyes turned to the Duke in unison. How on earth did he end up there? He was supposed to have led the monsters away alone after ensuring the princess's safety, yet, somehow, he was leisurely traveling through the turbulent night sky with a dragon. The situation, inscrutable to all. Despite the complexity of the matter, the Duke quickly shook his head. This was not the time to inquire about the circumstances. What appeared before them was a formidable demon beast. As it was his duty to eliminate all the emerging demons, he would have to kill it, even if it was a dragon. The Duke's right hand manifested an enormous amount of mana as he resolved his will. The sword of my conviction will soar to the heavens. Together with the incantation, a blue magic circle was drawn in the sky. 5 radiant swords materialized one by one. The glimmering blades were all aimed at the devil dragon flying in the air. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This is troubling. Actually, more than troubling. It's a highly perplexing situation. Below my suspended feet, over 100 eyes were fixated upon me. This is insane. From the knights of the front lines and the Imperial Guards, to the Emperor and the Duke at the center, to the corner where Emily huddled, and the Princess Erin with a face mixed with laughter and tears. Everybody I should not have run into, I had met all at once. Hey, why are you suddenly freezing like a statue? Aren't we going to catch that thing? I'm going to get caught myself if I try catching it right now. Exactly 10 minutes ago, after dispatching the troll's corpse at the Blood River, I encountered a dragon, the noblest of beings. At first, I was a bit confused as to why it showed up here. For a hefty demon beast from deep within the demon realm to appear in the frontline area was completely out of the ordinary. It could be considered unprecedented, but that confusion was fleeting. Soon after grasping Karam, I charged towards the dragon. It would be foolish not to seize the blood of a hefty demon beast when it's right in front of me. A noble being? They might be the race closet to the creators, but not each individual is overwhelmingly strong. Just as among humans there are strong warriors and weak cowards, not all dragons are mighty just because they are dragons. Moreover, the dragon I was grappling with was still a maturing individual. To struggle against a green dragon with no experience was out of the question. The dragon initially seemed interested when I pounced with courage, but soon after, it took to flight and retreat. An irresistible prey, I chased it, utilizing even my secret techniques, barely holding onto its ankle. Unfortunately, I ended up coincidentally encountering all these unwelcome individuals. What? Were you just standing still because you were worried about those down there? Should I put on a show of hacking and slashing and broadside? And then what are you planning on doing? Are you just going to keep hovering around like this? Having reached as far as manifesting the magic sword, and yet unable to end it, Karam was infuriated. Even though I understood his agitation, if I made the dragon crash and ended its life here, I'd be taken straight to the royal capital. Perhaps it would be better to act as if I've been kidnapped by the dragon? Just as I was pondering this, a familiar blue light flickered far below.
Huang.
A sophisticated magic circle for casting a high-level spell. The caster was none other than my father. Wait, isn't that spell a bit dangerous? The sword of my conviction will soar to the heavens. With the incantation, 5 glowing swords zoomed towards me, or rather, towards the devil dragon, at an incredible speed. An 8-star grade light attribute spell, Heaven's Sword Rain. Knowing that his son was above, was he still unleashing such dangerous magic? So, a dragon was, after all, a demon beast that needed to be dealt with? He truly is the authentic guardian of the continent. Sensing danger, the devil dragon agilely turned to evade. Thump. However, the last sword, thrown in an unavoidable trajectory, struck the devil dragon's leg. Queek! With a scream, the devil dragon thrashed wildly. Unable to withstand the aftermath, my grip on the dragon's ankle slipped away. Having nothing left to hold on to, I became a mere vagrant in the air. Swoosh. In the midst of pain, the devil dragon, without a backward glance after seeing me fall, flew off into the distance. I let my prey slip right before my eyes. However, now wasn't the time to lament over the lost meal. If I were to continue falling aimlessly, I'd be doomed to greet the Reaper of Hell. Although knights below were rushing to catch me as I descended, they were clearly out of reach. What are you doing? Do you want to kiss the dirt? Fly already. Do you think you could fly in this situation? And then what? You're going to die this way? If you fall and die like this, expect to be killed by me twice. Would that mean dying 3 times, including my previous life? It might sound like a joke, but I knew the current situation was severely critical. Yet, I couldn't use a secret technique in front of so many watching eyes. As I closed my eyes briefly in contemplation, Qua.